So apologies for that technical challenge. And I would like to ask one of the conservation commissioners to make a backup recording for us. Sophie is still working with Dan on her ability.
I can do that.
Thank you, Chris. So take two. With all the recordings going. Let's see, Chris, I got to give you permission. Okay.
Okay.
Chris.
Right, we are recording.
Thank you, Chris. So take two. April 3rd, 2024, public meeting of the Lunenburg Conservation Commission. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being audio video recorded. The agenda lists all of the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those that are reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by the open meeting law. Please address all comments to the chair. This meeting of the Conservation Commission will be held by Zoom at the link provided below in this notice. And for anybody that may be joining us on broadcast, the Zoom meeting is 835-0835-8226. And I would encourage anybody who wants to join Zoom to go to the town website, go to the calendar, download the agenda, because there is a clickable link in that agenda and it does make it much easier to join us by Zoom. And I'm going to start with a roll call. Bob Pease.
Present.
Jenny Putherer.
Present.
Very good. Rich Birch.
Present.
And Jeff Viviano, he did tell me he was going to be out today. Mike LaRouche.
Present.
Chris St. Germain.
Present.
Very good. Thank you. Let's see. I do not have all of my commissioners penned. I'm going to go do that. Makes it easier for me to ensure I've got everybody called on to vote. Very good. There's everybody. Except Jenny. There's Jenny. Very good. Okay, we will start out with public comment. Do we have any public comment by members of the commission? Okay, I'm not seeing any raised hands. Are there any requests for public comment from members of the public? And for members of the public, the ground rules are you're limited to 3 minutes, and it needs to be a subject matter that's under the direct jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. Yeah, and then as is true for all of the hearings, please address all comments to the chair, that is me. And I prefer that people raise their hands in the, there's a reaction at either at the bottom or the top. There's a little smiley face plus that gives you reactions, and you can raise your hand there. Or if you use any of the icons, say you can't find the raise your hand, you can use any of them. And if all else fails, you can say something, and I will call on you in turn if you just let me know you want to say something, right? Because we don't expect everybody to be an expert in Zoom. So are there any public comments from members of the public? And I am not seeing any. We do have meeting minutes. Actually, we have 3 sets of meeting minutes to vote on today. We will start with the March 6th meeting minutes. I am looking for a motion to approve those as distributed.
So moved.
Motion by Bob. Do I have a second?
Second, Rich.
Okay, I saw Chris before I heard him, so I'm going to count him as the second. Roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer,
Can I go to this one if I wasn't there?
Yes.
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. Okay, it's unanimous approval. Okay, we'll go to the next list. This is going back a little bit. We're catching up on our backlog slowly but surely. September 6th. I'm looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Chris. I'm looking for a second.
Second, Mike.
Second by Mike. Thank you. Roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer,
Aye.
Rich Birsch. Rich, you're on mute. We'll come back to Rich. Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
I for myself. And Rich, are you going to vote? You're on mute. You may have had to step away for a moment. Okay, I'll count Rich as an abstention. But that still carries the vote for approval. And then August 16th just came in. And I don't know, it came in yesterday and was sent for distribution. So has anybody not had a chance to review those?
I move we approve.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Bob and a second by Chris St. Germain. Roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer,
Aye.
Rich Birsch. And I'll count Rich's mute as an abstention this time again. Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. So those are also approved. Very good. Moving along, we have no appointment hearings tonight. And before we get into our discussed public hearings, Sophie, did we have any requests for continuation?
Yes. So looking at the agenda, my notes, we have 171 Arbor Street for the April 17th meeting.
Okay.
And
Who else?
I don't have any other I didn't get any other requests for continuation.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. So do we have a representative for 171 Arbor Street on the call?
Oh, yeah, Brian Marchetti's here.
And Brian, you agree with the request for continuation to April 17th?
Yep, I do. And I know this has been being continued for a while, so I just wanted to, I can give you a quick little update on what's going on if you want to hear it. So with National Endangered Species Act, so Fisheries and Wildlife, we had a habitat assessment done. The Blandings turtle was located, or evidence of the Blandings turtle was identified on part of the property. So we redesigned the site to accommodate all of National Heritage's concerns. So they reviewed the plan, they accepted the plan, but the revised plan changing the project from a 4-lot subdivision to a 3-lot common driveway plan was only able to be done to get 3 lots if we could modify some frontage. So we're doing that by working with one of the next door neighbors to acquire 12 feet of his frontage. So we're still working through that. It led to some zoning issues, so we're working with the ZBA, or we're about to work with the ZBA to file a plan to get that approved. So right now, we're requesting the continuance till the next meeting. We're still working with the neighbor because in order to subdivide the lot, we had to appease the subdivision requirements of a lot for Board of Health and things like that. So there's just a lot of kind of T's to cross and I's to dot before I can come back to you knowing, yes, we can build out this plan. So that's why it's taking this long. So I just wanted to let you know.
Okay, thank you for that update. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, and there is a chance that we're gonna have to continue it past the April meeting as well, but I'm hopeful that we're trying to get to a point where I can stop continuing this and just come back to you guys.
Okay. Yeah, and as in the past, just send Sophie a note, within 48 hours of holding the meeting and then we can quickly get it dispositioned and continue.
All right,
That'll be
certainly.
fine.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion from the Conservation Commissioners to continue this to 4/17.
So moved.
Thank you, Chris. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Bob. We'll go for a roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer,
Can I vote on this one if I haven't been here for the other ones?
actually, no, you can't. Good call, Jenny. So we'll move on. Rich Birsch. Okay, nothing from Rich. Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. So we will approve continuing that to 4/17. Can somebody text Rich?
I'm doing it
and-
right now.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. Okay, moving along to new public hearings. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination of applicability by Dave Catralis for the removal of dead trees and addition of an open deck within the buffer zone of a wetland at 189 Hemlock Street. Do we have the applicant or their representative on the call tonight?
Here, present.
And would you state your name and address for the purposes of the record?
David Catralis at 189 Hemlock Drive, Lunenburg, Mass. 01462.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, do you want to, and I don't know, do you have stuff that you want to share to give us an overview of what you are proposing to do on the property, or did you want Sophie to share that for us?
I'll give you a quick rundown. We have a bunch of killer trees and dead trees or dying trees, some by nature, some by our local beavers. And we would like to stop them from damaging our roof any more than it already has on both our shed and the dwelling itself. We're more than happy to replant trees in the buffer zone and along the edges of the property and stuff to satisfy anybody's, I'm not sure of the wording, but yeah, and then have an open deck off the shed. It would be wide open, stumps would remain in the ground. Sophie, if you have anything else I might have forgotten.
I don't have anything additional to say other than I took some notes on a rough estimate of number of trees within each buffer zone.
Yeah, that would be good for us to understand.
So taking the measurements, there's about 8 trees within 50 feet, around 8 trees within 100 feet. There are a couple outside of the 100-foot buffer zone, and approximately 8 to 10 within 30 foot. And David, you can correct me if any of those numbers seem off at all.
I think that sounds about right.
Okay.
That seems like about 26 trees in total.
Yes, it was between 26 to 29 was my count. I might have counted a few smaller ones that were not within the over the 4.5 inch rating, if you will.
And you're only proposing to take down trees, no other vegetation?
That's correct. Just the trees. The
Mhm.
land would stay the same. Probably, if nothing else, we might do some planting of some smaller trees, decorative ones, along with whatever Lakeview tells us would be some other good trees to replant. I tried to go down there that day when I saw you. They were closed. I went to 3 other ones. They're all closed for the season. So as soon as they open, I will be contacting them to find out some good trees that will thrive yet not become house killers, if you will.
Okay. Thank you. I will open the floor to members of the commission, ask questions.
I'd love to see Sophie's pictures.
Me too.
I mean, I
Madam-
found the diagram in the Google Drive, that shows the approximate location. But, that's a lot of trees to take down, and I'd love to know, like how many of them are in the 30 and how many in the 50 and stuff like that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mike.
I'd also like to know what kind of trees are proposed to being removed, just not the number.
Okay, great question. Could we, Dave or Sophie, can you give us some information, some details about those trees?
I think Sophie has what's within each range of 30, 50, 100 or more. As for the type of trees, I believe there are a bunch of pine. I think there's only a couple hemlock to my knowledge. And I'm not sure. Sophie might have some other ones.
Yeah. I will echo probably, I want to say maybe 5 or 4 large white pines, which are the primary ones, and I can show you the pictures that I took as well. Some of them are red maple and red oak, and a couple of hemlocks. Let me just share my screen real quick.
This is the same property where we did an RDA not that long ago. And for some masonry work, along the shore, is it not?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sophie, you want to tell us kind of what we're looking at as we're looking?
Yeah, so I believe the one to the left here is one of the white pines that is probably, I would say, the closest to the house. The one on the right, I believe, is a red oak. The one behind that one is also a white pine. This one here, white pine. This is a closer up of, there's another white pine. And that's the original one I pointed to. I believe this is the a shed. And this is a pine as well next to the shed. This is between the edge of the shed and the water body here. There are, I believe, gray birch, and a couple of either red oak or red maple. A couple of them are clearly, parts of them are kind of on their way out. Otherwise, the smaller ones are pretty healthy. And I believe this is some sort of like shelter with a tarp over it. And here are the trees near the shore that have been attacked by beavers.
And Sophie, out of the population of 26 to 29 trees, how many do you think are dead or dying versus relatively healthy?
I'm not an arborist, but just visually, trees are pretty resilient. Unfortunately, pines are hard to tell the health of them, especially with their root system is very shallow. So I wouldn't question taking the pines out, but the ones that are being constantly attacked by beavers, I mean, those could be taken. But the percentage overall, if we're thinking 26 to 29, I didn't see a large number of trees that appeared to be diseased. There may possibly be parts of the trees where they split off.
Okay, thank
I
you.
could say 15 maybe that are not healthy. I believe this might have been a very large spruce. This was taken from the dirt road, and that's another side of the shed over there. This is one
Okay.
tree that he was thinking about taking out, but all right, let me get back to stop sharing.
Okay, Rich, did that answer all your questions? I saw you had your hand raised.
Actually, the question I had my hand raised for, unfortunately, I had to step away for a minute. This 12 by 12 box rectangle square off of the shed, is that supposed to be the open deck that he's proposing to put in the no disturb zone?
That's correct. To the left of the shed. Yes.
Okay, So the 12 by 12, that
Can you
is the
sh-
open deck.
Can
Correct.
you share what you're looking at, Rich?
Yeah, I was just looking at the diagram that was with his application.
Okay, and the open box is the, okay, I
This
understand.
And do we have a plan on the replacement of the trees in the 30-foot according to the bylaw?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rich. Bob, I'll call on you.
Um, I think we have to continue this, in my opinion, we have to continue this RDA. I think we need a replacement, plan. I'd love a little more definitive information about, you know, how big these trees are that they want to take down. I certainly understand and would support, you know, the request to take down huge white pines that are towering over the house. You know, and but that is one heck of a lot of trees to take down, and so I'd like to see a little more information before I vote in this application, just speaking for myself. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Do we have any other, I think those are great comments too, Bob, and echo kind of my own sentiments. I would like to see a schedule of trees, the number and the species that are recommended. I did have the ability to walk on the property with the resident, and most of those are fairly sizable trees in terms of
And-
maturity. Yes, Bob.
In your humble opinion, having eyeballed them, you know, what's your opinion, you know, like on the general health of the trees that they want to take down? You know, that aren't white
I
pines
think-
towering over the house.
Yeah, there were a number that were growing close to the house. And I didn't do an exact count. I kind of rely on Sophie in that regard.
Yep.
But her estimate of 15 that are maybe not healthy seems pretty reasonable from what I saw on the walk.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments by members of the commission? Okay, seeing none, do we have any questions or comments by members of the public? And I am seeing none. So back to David, Dave. How would you feel about continuing to maybe the 17th to give you time to put together a replacement schedule and bring that back to us?
Could we do the one after that? I'll be on vacation and I will not be around, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, sure. Let me just go look at my calendar. Let's see if I can get to a calendar.
That's the
Anybody?
first, May 1st.
It's May 1st.
1st.
Yeah. Okay. So continue to May 1st.
Okay, and if I'm correct, you want to know what kind of trees I want to replant? Is that what you want to know?
Yeah. the number that you want to replant, well, the species that you're proposing to replant, and then the number. And the bylaw guidance that Rich Bursch put in there is that at the very minimum, it's 2 for 1 for mature trees. There's actually in our bylaw, there has a actually, I think it may be in the regulation itself, a schedule of tree replacements, minimum tree replacements by size.
Okay, we would follow that to the T. No problem there. Just
Bob-
obviously.
Bob
Okay.
had something to add. Bob can probably quote chapter and
Dave,
verse.
It would be helpful if you could take and show, where you would put these trees, and how big they would be.
Okay. Didn't think that far ahead of, okay, yeah, I can work on that. I can work on that. This, I'll assume that everything goes through and you guys are okay with everything, and I'll give you a plan of where the trees would go based off of that assumption. Is that fair?
Yeah, so you would bring us back the proposal for the replacements. That gets us a lot, makes it a lot easier for us to actually finish the deliberation and maybe redline whatever you have brought, because we'll, of course, reserve the right to continue to provide guidance on this.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we have the applicant has requested continuation to 5/1. So I'm looking for a motion from the Conservation Commissioners.
So moved.
Okay, I
Second.
got Rich and Mike LaRouche. And we'll do a roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer.
Aye.
Rich Bursch,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. Okay, we will see you again on the 1st of May.
Sounds good. Thank you, everyone, very much, and I will see you guys in May.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Moving along, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination of applicability by Jan Wilhelm for the laying of naturalized stone steps and crushed stone path within the buffer zone of the wetland at 141 Hemlock Drive. Do we have the applicant and or their representative here on the call with us tonight?
Yes, good evening. I'm here. It's actually Jim Van As. I go by the name Jim. Jan Willem is my
Okay.
first name.
I'll make a note of that.
So I hope everybody can hear me okay and understand me. It's the first time I do the Zoom meeting and maybe a bit nervous doing it, but hopefully I come over loud and clear.
Oh yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Okay.
So do you want to tell us a little bit about what you're hoping to do on your property? And while you're going through it verbally, I'll ask Sophie to call up the materials to share with us too. Since you're new on Zoom, I won't even assume that you're gonna share your application with us. Does that work?
Yeah, that will work. If we are new to, just a little bit of background maybe, we are new to the town of Lunenburg. We lived in Marlborough, Massachusetts since 1994, and then about 5 years ago we decided to move to Plymouth after I retired. And then a year ago we wanted to live closer to the children and grandchildren who live in Stowe, Massachusetts. And we ended up buying a house in Lunenburg, and we're happy to be there. The address is 141 Hemlock Drive in Lunenburg, that is. The house we bought was actually built in 2022. So it was only a year and a half old when we bought it. We bought it from the first owners. It is built on a bit of a slopey piece of land. The house is high up, closer to the street level, and then it slopes pretty steep down towards the backyard and towards the lake. We only have a waterfront of maybe 20 to 25 feet or so. It's a small sliver of land, You can see it's almost like a bag or a pizza slice piece of land. On the right-hand side of the house, starting at the driveway, there's grass. It goes steep down. So we've had trouble actually mowing it because it is so steep and it goes down. And it pretty much goes down as grass all the way till where the deck is built. And then from there, closer to the water, it is all mud. There's nothing there. There's no bushes, no brush. It's all muddy and maybe some stones. And that's what leads down to the water and to the dock that's there. And what we are hoping to do is, first of all, get some steps next to the house. So that's the furthest away from the water level, where now the grass is. And then when we get into the 30 feet buffer zone, we plan to put bluestone, natural bluestone, sitting on a bed of crushed rocks. Because we understand that you're not allowed to dig into any of the terrain or ground closer to the water level. And there's actually a site plan that was made even before the house was built that I also included in the application. And it clearly states what can be done in order to get some sort of a path going down to the water level. And I think Sophia can show you that. No, it's not that one. And no, that's the property itself as it is now. And no, it's the other one. It's the site map that was written up. Yeah, here it is. And if you look at the right side of that site map, it has all kinds of referrals. It says the location of the step and the rise of the steps are to be fitted to the existing slope with no cuts or fills in the 30 feet no disturb zone in excess of 9 inches deep. Now, we are not planning to go into the ground at all. We are all putting these natural stones on top of a bed of crushed rocks. And it will look like what Sophia showed you on these pictures. It will be all natural rock. It's not pre-cut bluestone. It is just big pieces of bluestone.
Okay.
So, Sophia, I don't know if you can still show them the picture. Yeah, so that's how we hope it will look like. And again, at the moment, there's absolutely nothing. It's all bare. And it's very slippery and muddy to use it at this point.
Okay. Anything else that you wanted to tell us about the project?
Yeah, so when I first started looking at this, I walked into the conservation office, met with Sophia and asked her to come out and look at the property, which is what she did in late December. It was a cold, bitterly cold day, so she didn't spend too much time with me, but I think, and I hope I explained to her what the plans were at the time. And I think she understood it, and it's fairly straightforward, I believe. We got this site plan that we have used as our guidelines in terms of what we believe we can and cannot do. We got a landscaper involved, and he came up with the design to do it the way that I just explained, with large natural bluestones and creating a step on the right side of the house, followed by laying stones natural on a bed of crushed rocks in the 30 feet no disturb zone towards the water. 5 feet from the high water mark, there will be nothing, because that was the other thing in the site plan from an engineering firm that made it in, 2018. That's referring to the fact that you have to stay away 5 feet from the high water mark, which is what we will do then as well.
And how wide were you proposing this walkway to be?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would say in the beginning, next to the house, it will be a little bit wider because that's where currently only grass is. So I would say there it's maybe 8 feet wide, maybe. And then once you get closer to the water level, it will narrow a little.
And how narrow will it go?
Ooh, no, just a regular pathway. How wide is that? It's maybe 2 meters, 6 feet, 8 feet. So it will be a little bit wider next to the house. So maybe up to, no, I would say 8 to 10 feet wide.
So 8 feet at the house and 6 at the water line.
I would think so, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sophie, why don't you go over what you found when you did the site walk?
Just in relation to this project.
Well, yeah, the project and the site.
Well, I would agree. It's the project itself. The proposed project it's not too complicated. The grass and the slope, I can see how it could be a hazard when it's wet and when you're trying to maintain it. I wouldn't want to cut that lawn on the grade that it is on. And so the other observations are that there was some tree clearing on the site.
Yeah, so I didn't know if you wanted to get into that now or later on in the meeting, but I'm more than happy to discuss that as well. Because when Sophia and I did the walkthrough, she noticed that some trees had been taken down. And I listened to the recordings from the March meeting. By the way, I apologize for not having been at the March meeting. But we were on vacation in the Far East and it was impossible for us to make a call from a cruise ship in the Far East. So I told Sophia that there was no way I could make the March meeting. So it's not that we've been hiding, by no means. We have been very much trying to communicate. I have been communicating with Sophia constantly since we met in December. Must have been 25, 30 emails going back and forth, trying to find out what I needed to do because I'm all new to this. And then I was a little surprised to hear the recording from the last meeting, in the March meeting, that I have not been willing to show up and all that. All of this was communicated to Sophia that I could not be there. So the other thing that came out of the March meeting, the way that I understood it, at least when I listened to it, is that it was made that the sound, at least, that I had taken down brushes and mature trees, and it's very bare, and I had done some landscaping. We have not changed anything at all since we bought the house in August last year. The landscaping is still exactly the same. The previous owners had put wood chips around the property and somewhat in the back of the property. We only added a little bit of a layer of the new wood chips that came from the trees, the dead trees and the skinny trees that we took down in December. On top of it, we have not expanded at all the landscaping. No brushes have been taken down. As it is today is as it was when we bought the house. And I actually sent Sophia some pictures of the listing of the house before we bought it. And it clearly shows that the landscaping was exactly the way it is now. It was bare then, it is bare now. There's a little piece of grass, and around the piece of grass there's no mulch, it's all wood chips, and we haven't really expanded any of that. So it's not that we have bulldozed the back down, we've only taken a few trees down. And that's, so since I was new, I was told you have to get permission from Hickory Hills Lake. We did that. They immediately came out. We marked the trees that they said it makes all the sense that you take these down because these are dead pine trees, had no branches to them. So we marked these and they immediately approved the drawings and the plan that I submitted to them. They did say you have to get a permission from the Conservation Committee, which is what I tried to do since I got their plan approved, which was at the end of October. I've been making call after call to the Conservation Committee, left numerous messages, never heard a beep back. We got back to our house in Lunenburg in December because we go to Florida from time to time. And nobody ever replied to us. And since there was danger that some of the trees would come down on the house, we decided to go ahead and do it in December. But again, they were all trees that were either dead or less than 3 inches thick, with the exception of the 2 trees that Sophia took pictures of. These are oak trees that were on the side of the house, on the borderline with the property of my neighbor. One was completely hollow on the inside, so I'm very happy that I took that one down. Otherwise, it could have landed anywhere. And the one next to it was hanging over our house, and that is the one that we took down as well. The others were pruned, but were definitely, that one where you have this one, that one was completely hanging over the dock and everything. So, but it's all one tree. So we took one stem of that one down. Yes, we did. But the rest was all, and you can still come and take a look and see what we have taken down, because everything else that maybe people thought we had taken down was already taken down by the previous owners. I'm more than happy to walk the property. I know exactly where the stems are. I can show you the new stems, the stubs and the old ones. And all of this was already there.
Thank you. And thank you for having the presence of mind of sending Sophie the photos from the listing. That can also be really helpful.
Okay.
So Sophie, the trees that have been recently cut, and recently since
December.
December, where were those located relative to the lake or the wetland?
Well, I'm not sure which ones are different timeline-wise for the ones that the previous owners did compared to the ones that I discovered.
Okay.
That
Do you
wasn't
have
really distinguished.
Do you
No,
have
but-
like
but-
a diagram or something? Because if you have a diagram, we could show that, and Jim can tell us.
Sophia, can you show them the drawing that I sent to Hemlock Lake?
Was that in an email you sent?
In an email, yeah.
Okay, I will try to find that. Was it an attachment or an
No,
image?
it was in a direct email because I don't know how to make attachments, so I made a photocopy of it.
Okay. I will try my best to locate it.
So in October, we got the plan approved by the Hickory Hills Lake Committee. And they had no issue with whatever we were planning to do, and we did exactly what they told us we could do. I do apologize that I did take them down without having your permission, but again, I tried to reach out to you many times.
Yeah, Sophie didn't start until December. We actually didn't have staff or full-time staff in the office from July through November, which left a lot of folks kind of in a lurch, like yourself.
Can we possibly narrow down what date it was sent?
Now, so this all must have been, when did I first hear that I had an enforcement order on the trees removed?
That would probably be this
That
correspondence.
is when I started to reply to you that I have a bit of an issue with what your conclusion was from the walkthrough because of what I discussed with the Hickory Hills Lake people. That's when I sent you all the documentation.
I believe I actually shared that with the commission, if I recall correctly.
And Sophie, while you're looking for that, just for
Sure.
some additional background, did you find a certificate of completion for the original? I'm guessing it was an NOI that maybe had been filed for the house construction.
I don't recall.
Okay.
Madam Chair, there's not one recorded at the Registry of Deeds.
Okay. So
So it looks like the order of conditions was issued in October of 2018. With COVID, it would have had about an 18-month extension, so it would have expired at some point last year. So it looks like it's still attached to the property and has not been approved.
okay.
Now, when we bought the house, we checked if there were any outstanding permits or lack of permits or applications that weren't approved. It was a clean title and everything else. We did everything that you would do when you buy a new home. And we weren't made aware of any issues whatsoever, but okay.
Yeah, it looks like this one might have gotten the order of conditions from building the house may have been overlooked.
There's so many back and forths. It's very
So
hard
while
to
you're
find a singular email.
while you're looking for that, Sophie, I'll open the floor to members of the commission to ask questions. I'll start out with asking a question. Would we generally consider an RDA when the original orders of conditions are still open?
Well, technically, they're not open. They have expired,
Oh, okay.
but there's still, the property is still bound by the order.
Mm-hmm.
So it has to be completed and signed off on. Then a certificate of compliance has to be issued before we go forward.
So are you saying that the house might have was never allowed to be built? Is that what the
No. That's not what we're saying. When they went to go build the house because they were building it in proximity to the lake, they had to come to us and get permission. And with that permission, the type of request is called a notice of intent.
Yeah.
And with that permission, there are certain conditions that they have to observe when they're building the house. Some of them have to do with erosion control, but they also have to limit the work where they're doing work. They can't do work outside the limit of work. They're not allowed to, a lot of times you'll be conditioned on what trees you can and cannot touch, what vegetation you can and cannot touch. So there's a lot that could be true in the order of conditions. And so when that order of conditions is opened, they're supposed to be closed within 3 years.
Yeah.
Unless you ask for an extension, as Rich just articulated, because of COVID, an automatic extension was granted, but that would have expired last year. And generally speaking, you know, and don't profess to know real estate laws, but generally speaking, orders of conditions are expected to be closed before real estate conveys from one party to the next as well, to, you know, keep the new owners from getting caught unawares.
But would that not show up when you check if the title is clean?
I'm not certain where that shows up. Rich or Bob, do you happen to know where that shows up?
It is attached at the registry of deeds. That there, because it is technically a lien on the property. And
Okay.
it's an open lien, and there's no reference that it has been removed, which would be the certificate of compliance process.
Typically, that's picked up by the lawyer
An
that does the
attorney.
closing and the real estate agent that does the closing.
Okay.
Okay, so then where we are right now, I think I'll oh, Sophie, you found it?
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't you tell us what we're looking at, Jim?
Yeah, so you see that little drawing, I guess that's the dock. And then on the right-hand side were these, was that picture that you saw, what there was a bunch of tree stems, and the one on the left-hand side was taken down.
Okay.
And then the other two on the left-hand side of the property, they must have been dead pine trees. There's no branches on it whatsoever.
Okay.
And there was no hemlock tree, mature hemlock tree taken down. There was actually a hemlock tree in the middle there that isn't shown there because they didn't approve that. So that's not in there. And that's still in our backyard. And then the ones on the left, I think the ones closest to the street level are the two that were taken down. Yeah, there. And one was hollow and the other one was the one next to it. And as you can see, they were very close to the house, and actually half of the tree was hanging over the house.
Okay.
And these were oak trees.
Okay.
So to my knowledge, only oak trees and dead pine trees were taken down. And then maybe one stem that you saw a picture of was a hemlock tree that we took off. That was the one that was hanging over the dock.
Okay. And so of the 5 that have the red circles around them, those all 5 of those were removed, yes?
No, I don't think so. No.
Oh, okay.
Where you have your pointer now, only that most left, that one was the stem that was taken off.
Okay, okay. So on the left-hand side, there are 2 X's. One of them designates one of the major leaders that was taken off.
Correct, I think so. And
Okay.
then the red circle on the left, I don't quite understand because I don't know what these are. I have
Okay.
I mean, I'm not there, so I can't check it for now.
Okay,
then-
so let me, I'm confused now. So to the right of the dock, there are 3 X's.
Yep.
And those were taken down or not taken
No,
down?
not taken down, only that one stem of the picture that Sophia showed.
Okay, I understand. So, and those 3 X's all are 3 trees or
It is one cluster of trees.
one
And
cluster
only
of trees?
And
And,
only the one on the left that was
Mhm.
hanging into the water over the dock, that's the one that you saw the picture of that was taken off.
Oh, okay. So of those 3 X's that are clustered together that represent a cluster of trees, the leftmost one was leaning over the dock, and that's the one you took down.
Not taken down, I took that off the cluster of 3, yes.
Oh, yes, took off the cluster of 3. Okay. And then with the ones that are circled in red that are over on the left-hand corner of the property, are those still there or were those removed?
I'm a little confused. I don't know who drew the red lines.
I think Sophie drew the red lines.
Ah, okay. So maybe then they are removed. That I don't know. So this is not the original that came back from Hickory Hills Lake, right, Sophia?
I did not draw the red lines.
Oh, you didn't draw the red lines. Okay.
No,
Where
nor
does-
nor the set 1 and set
Oh, so that
2.
was in the attachment that
Yeah.
Jim sent to you?
Yeah, that's
Oh.
it.
I need to look that up. I don't remember that, but okay, if you say so.
Okay. All right, so I think we need to get some clarity on that.
I need to look that up, and I don't know that.
Yeah, I think let's get some clarity on that. So now I'm also going to lean on some of our members that have been on the Conservation Commission for a while and ask for some recommendations about how to move this forward, given that we have expired but not closed orders of conditions. We have, you know, a pending RDA that the applicant would like to, you know, get an answer on as well. What would we recommend for next steps, Rich?
So I guess probably the easiest thing is to meet with Jim out on site
Mm-hmm.
and bring the file that we have on the open order of conditions. Because it looks like he has a copy of the approved plan, because it does show the limit of work at the 30-foot. So I'm not sure how all of the grading from the 30-foot down to the water line got done, and the whatever trees were in place got taken out before he took the last couple.
Mm-hmm.
We definitely are gonna need to address the conditions that are on site that'll have to get revegetated and stabilized.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would probably say the easiest thing is to recommend that the landscaper that he's going to use come out on site and stake where he's looking to propose to put the walkway down to the water, because there was on the original plan a space for the walkway down the right side property line, and I take it we're abandoning that site for the new proposed site. So we just want to make sure that that it's going to work in that spot. But that's the way I'd probably recommend it myself, just to get right out on site and figure out how to get it so we can close the order of conditions that are out there, issue the certificate of compliance, and then have the new filing with the new walkway.
So we have to start all over again. Is that how I understand it?
Well, my recommendation is not necessarily all over again. We can certainly continue the application for the walkway that you're looking for.
Yeah.
And we would come out on site anyways to see where you're looking to put the walkway. Have it marked with some stakes and some flagging tape, so we know exactly where you're looking to put it.
Yeah.
Myself, I'd like to see a little more detail as far as how wide it's gonna be, what materials you're gonna use, how you're gonna make sure that it's stabilized, and then we still need to stabilize the open ground that is out there now. We'll need to vegetate that and replant it so that we don't have erosion problems in the future.
So Rich, let me ask a question. In that
Go ahead.
diagram that he had shared in his application that showed the stone, like the flagstone or split stone, and then the crushed stone underneath. Are you looking for more detail there, or your detail that you really want is about how it's going to be stabilized if it's not, if there's not a lot of digging?
Well, myself, it's just a little bit more specifics on the materials that are gonna be used. Cause
Mhm.
that's just an example picture of a bunch of boulders and natural stone. I believe he said they were looking to place some bluestone in there, and you still have to put in some drainage and things like that underneath the walkway to make sure that it doesn't heave and move. You can't just put a little bit of stone and then a bigger stone on top of it. You're still gonna tend to get some slippage and some movement.
And we would expect to, it sounds like he's working with a landscaper, that his landscaper would be able to provide him that kind of detail, yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw a landscape, and if I may be incorrect, but I thought I saw a landscaper's name in with some of the examples in his application. Is that correct, Jim?
No, that is just a picture that we pulled from the internet. So no, that's not the landscaper
Okay.
that we are talking. Actually, so and this is kind of strange maybe, but if you go to our property now on the driveway, there's a few pallets already with some of that bluestone.
Okay.
Because before I even realized I had to get permits, I was a bit too excited and I ordered some materials already. And then I walked into Sophia's office, and then it turned out it's a whole process that we have to go through first. So these pallets are sitting on my driveway, and that's some of the materials that we are planning to use.
Okay.
I do
So-
recall seeing that material sitting there. I was just looking to see if I had a photo of it, but I don't think I took a photo of it.
Oh, it's been
Yeah,
sitting
it's
there
just-
since
Madam Chair,
Yes, Bob.
I'm sharing my screen.
What
This
what are-
is, I found this on the Google Drive.
Uh-huh.
Shows existing trees and trees planned to be removed from a folder created in 2018.
Okay.
I don't know if it's helpful or not, but I thought I'd share it.
Yeah. Thanks for digging that up. Oh, can you make heads or tails of what we're looking at, though?
You know, survey located all the trees.
Property line. So where's so we think the right-hand side is the lake?
Yeah, the right-hand side is the lake. You can see the proposed dock there, that rectangle.
Okay. Okay, I do see the proposed dock. All right. And have you looked at this enough to know which ones are being removed and which ones are staying?
Nope, I have not. I just
Okay.
found it and crawled it up. I
Yeah.
thought, "Oh, this is interesting."
Yeah, it is interesting. I've actually never seen one with that level of detail on it before. I think we may want to just take this offline and study it a little bit. What did you what's the name of the file again, Bob?
Um,
Or was it in the
yeah,
original
I'll tell you in a second. It's
141?
called
Yeah.
1135-080118, tree plan existing and proposed. It came up when I did a search in the Google Drive for 141 Hemlock. which I didn't know when and it had talked about a septic, house plan and a septic plan. There's a whole bunch of,
It's a Google Drive or it looks like it
Google
is, not
Drive.
SharePoint. Okay,
Google Drive.
okay, Google.
The name of the file is 1135 space dash space 080118 space dash space tree plan.
Okay, thank you for finding that. Awesome.
No,
Okay,
thank-
Bob, thanks for that. Getting back to the original question of recommendations to move forward, is there anything that you would add to Rich's recommendations on moving forward with this?
Well, I'd want to see for sure, you know, like where are these trees that were cut down? And you know, I think I second the idea of going out there, you know, with the file and meeting with the fella on site, you know, when he gets back from wherever he is. I think he's away now from what I think I understood.
No, I think he's back.
No, I'm still not back in Massachusetts though.
Oh, okay, okay,
I'll be back very late April.
okay.
So, you
No,
know,
but-
maybe in the beginning of May or the end of April, whatever it is that he's back, you know, have a site visit out there. Because now he's in the awkward position, you know, the prior owners didn't close out the previous order of conditions. You know, the house has been built, the septic is in, that's what the previous order of conditions was on. Cause I seem to recall that we did an initial approval on this, which is why I was doing the Google search. You know, of the search of the Google Drive. And then they came back to revise it because they tweaked the house site a little because it's a very, very small, tight lot. And I seem to recall they came back and tweaked the house site, you know, before they actually built the house, and we did a minor revision. And so that's what I was trying to find when I came across, you know, this. There's got to be 20, 30 files reference in this site in the Google Drive.
Okay, yeah,
But,
right.
But is this in any way holding up to get going with the pathway down the hill? I mean, I understand the tree issue is a tree issue, and if we have to replant, we have to replant, I guess. But how can we move forward on the pathway down? Because when I get back there in early May, it is a slippery slide, and I would like to get that taken care of as quickly as we can.
I think what Bob and Rich are saying is that, you know, and it's consistent with my own understanding, is that because there is an expired order of condition that was never closed, we don't let people start new work until the old work's closed out. And you know, you didn't create the problem, but unfortunately, as the homeowner, you inherit the problem. So we need to get that old expired order of condition closed out, so that then we can consider your RDA. And in the meantime, right, there's nothing that keeps you from getting your, you know, progressing your RDA in parallel of getting the pathway staked out, so that we can look at that and have those photos and get the photos on board for the materials that you actually have already staged in your driveway.
Okay, that I can do. That's not a problem. The question that I then have is, since I did take out title insurance, should I notify the title insurance company? Because I feel that if I get a clear title, I need to get my lawyer involved that helped me closing on the property.
I think that constitutes legal advice, and I am not able, I'm not an attorney. I can't give you legal advice.
Yeah, but it sounds
So-
like it's now gonna be my responsibility to close out something that I haven't anything.
Yes,
to do
as
with,
the
you know?
homeowner, yeah, as the homeowner, it is now your responsibility to close out that order of condition that you inherited from the previous homeowner.
But and we know for certain there is an outstanding issue on the house.
Yeah, the documentation was not closed out. So that's definitely an issue. Whether it's a big issue or a minor issue, will be dependent on doing that site walk with Sophie with the original documentation and the original order of conditions and reviewing what needs to happen to close out that order of condition.
But it almost sounds like I have to notify the lawyer that closed me. Because if it was an oversight on his side, then I might as well get him involved, right?
Yep, you may want to consider doing that. Again,
I don't know,
Yeah,
I'm just trying to protect my own interest here, right?
yeah, I think you have to protect your own interest, and we can't give you legal advice. We can only tell you what the wetland regulations require. Bob, you had a comment.
Well, I would just say that before a house sale, the commission routinely gets these, urgent requests from realtors or from closing attorneys about, oh, we need to get an order of conditions issued for this existing notice of intent on this property before it sells, because otherwise it's gonna hold up the closing. So the normal process is that, somebody discovers this, during the investigation of the property, that's up for consideration to be sold. They notice it at the registry of deeds and, and we're always told, oh, this has to happen by such and such a date because otherwise we won't be able to close. And so I'm just, saying that, normally there's a reason, because otherwise then, if you're the new homeowner and it's not closed out, you inherit a problem that's not of your making. So, I second Mary's, advice that we can't give you legal advice. I'm just saying, this is what normally happens, when a property is sold that has an outstanding order of conditions that hasn't been closed out.
Okay, so, but really, we only know what the extent of it is when we do another sidewalk, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's schedule that then for as early as we can in May.
Yeah, we'll let you work that schedule with Sophie. And since we can't do it until May, we'll ask that when you're available that when you're back, that Sophie kind of put that toward the top of her priority list, so that you're not left hanging too much longer. And it sounds like, so our next meeting is May 1st, which I think would probably be too soon to expect the site walk to have happened and to have some feedback there. But what about continuing this hearing to May 15th?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay. So I am looking for a motion by members of the commission to continue this hearing to May 15th.
Yeah, that's good. I have one more question though. So
Oh yeah, go ahead and ask your question.
what am I supposed to do now with the enforcement order that I received in terms of or related to the tree removals? Do I need to do anything? It's not that I'm going to be fined or anything, right?
No, you're working with us on that, right?
Okay.
So yeah, and we always try to work with folks who are working with us with regard to violations. Bob, you had a comment.
Well, my suggestion would be that he take that plan that, you know, Sophie found that he had sent to or I'm not sure whether he sent it to Hickory Hills Lake or we received it from Hickory Hills Lake. You know, and when he gets back, he annotates it, you know, like this is the trees that were or weren't cut down and so on and so forth, you know, so we have more information in detail. You know, when the next time we talk with him.
Yeah, okay.
So
Just a
Clarity.
suggestion.
clarity for the ones that he's taken down, and then with regard to the ones that were previously taken down, it'd be great if you could annotate those where you can identify the stumps. And then Sophie will ask you to verify that as a standard procedure.
Okay, that's fine. Again, I'm trying to resolve it. If we need to plant a few, I'm all willing to cooperate. It is just that I wanted to make sure that everybody understands that I didn't go into the backyard as a wild man cutting all kinds of trees down, because that's certainly not what I did.
Yeah, that's fair. And you wouldn't be the first homeowner to get caught in a situation like this where you have inherited issues from previous owners. It's, as Bob mentioned, it's doesn't usually, the process captures these things, but it doesn't always get captured, and sometimes people are caught inheriting problems from the previous owners.
Okay, so we're scheduled for next meeting on May the 15th, and before that, I set up a walkthrough again with Sophia, I guess, right?
Yes, and you'll get that drawing with the trees and annotate exactly which ones are no longer there.
Yeah, I go back to my files and find the one that I had approved from Hemlock Lakes people. Yeah.
Very good.
Oh,
And then
we-
as
we
a
will.
as a matter of formality, the Conservation Commission also has to approve the recommendation to continue to 5/15. So I think I'm looking for a motion from my commissioners to continue this hearing to 5/15.
So moved, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Do I have a second?
Second, Rich.
Thank you, Rich. We'll go for a roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer, Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. Okay, we will see you again on the 15th, and Sophie, will see you before that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. You don't need me anymore, right, for this evening?
That is correct. We don't need you anymore tonight.
Okay, then. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Okay, moving along. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg's Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by John and Annette Gallagher for the reconstruction of an existing dock within the 50-foot and the 100-foot buffer zone of a wetland on Lake Shirley at 376 Sunset Lane. Do we have John and Annette or their representative here on the call tonight?
Madam Chair, Greg Roy with Dillison Roy. I'm representing John and Annette this evening. I do believe that they are on the call as well. So, but I will represent them this evening. I appreciate
Greg.
I appreciate your time. Would it be appropriate if I shared my screen?
That would be excellent. Thank you.
Bear with me. Okay. Can you see the plan there?
Yes.
Okay, and I will zoom in. So as you read, we're here tonight with a notice of intent that we filed at 376 Sunset Lane. The property is an existing house on Sunset Lane, obviously right on the water. Lake Shirley is located here on the left-hand side of your screen over on this portion. I'm assuming you can all see my cursor. Good.
Yeah.
The house is located, it's this polygon shape here that we have the cross hatches shown right in here. And Sunset Lane is on the right-hand side of the screen here, labeled as such. There are 2 driveways that exist, one lower one here, which accesses the garage. All of this is existing. And then there's an upper driveway here with additional parking areas. The back of the site, or the front of the site, the water side of the property, is all pretty much 100% lawn and improved areas. There are two levels of retaining walls at this property. One wall exists right along the edge of the water, which forms the edge of the lake during normal water conditions. And then there's an upper terrace, if you will, retaining wall. Get my highlighter out here, and so we can maybe pop this out a little bit better. There's a upper retaining wall right in here. Again, all of this is existing. Today, I'm just trying to give you an idea of the site. Really, we're here today for, we originally filed the application to reconstruct the deck on the property. The existing deck is this rectangle shown right here. And it is in significant need of repair. It is, I mean, I don't want to speak negatively, but it really needs some work. It's not really a safe condition. It does provide some access, obviously, on the upper floor, and it's not really a safe condition. So the applicant contacted us several months ago to look at putting together this application to replace that deck. I did want to mention also the limits of the 30-foot no disturb zone are shown is this orange line right here. And the limit of the 50-foot no build zone or no structure zone is shown here, which goes through the middle of the existing house. So the location of the existing house and the existing deck today is such that the deck is within the 50-foot no build zone today as a pre-existing condition. A small portion of the house is actually also within the 30-foot no build. Again, these are all pre-existing conditions. It's been that way since prior to the regulations being enforced. All of the area between the house and the retaining wall, the first retaining wall, and then also the area between the two retaining walls is improved manicured lawn. So there's no the area that we're proposing to do the work in the deck is all previously disturbed area. The applicant, subsequent to the filing that we made with the commission, actually asked us to add a safety fence right at the top of this retaining wall. I think some members may be in this category. They are in grandparent mode, which is of course exciting. But they have some definite safety concerns with some of the young ones that are out playing in the backyard. So they are really interested in improving the safety there and putting a 4-foot high metal fence like you'd see around a pool for pool safety. So we did submit a revised plan to you last week with that detail on it. So really we're proposing two things. We're proposing that fence and we're proposing the reconstruction of the deck. The deck, as I highlighted in yellow, is the existing location. There is a modest size expansion proposed. We're showing that in the red line here on the plan. And that's really to provide some more usability there, to provide some access to other portions of the house that exist over here that don't really have any access at the moment. We're proposing, of course, there's no configuration we can, because of the way that the existing conditions of the site, there's no way we can propose this in any way that's outside of the 50-foot no build zone. But we are not proposing any work within the 30-foot no disturb zone. There is no portion of the proposed deck that is any closer than the existing house. As a matter of fact, the closest point of the house to the lake is 28 feet. We're proposing to set the closest point of the deck 32.5 feet away, and then the rest of the deck will be further away. The applicant is looking to use the underside of this for some storage. Is proposing to put a gutter system under the deck. If you're familiar with that, it keeps the things that are underneath the deck from getting water when it rains on the open decking surface. So essentially, you install some gutters between the floor joist and the decking system, and then it is piped to a gutter system on the outside of the deck. So we are actually proposing to put a dry well like we've done in several sites around the lake. We're proposing to install a dry well so that all of that water will be infiltrated. So there will be no change to the on-site recharge conditions on the property after the project is complete. I want it to be pretty brief. I did want to just close with saying that DEP has issued a file number for this. It is file number 1321. They did issue one comment, which was to include the elevation of the floodplain, the 100-year floodplain associated with the lake, which we did show on the plan here. 100-year flood elevation 301.2. All of the flood plain is below the upper wall, so we're not proposing any work within the floodplain. There's no filling proposed. There's no work proposed within the floodplain, so it doesn't come into play. But we did update that plan, which was included in the revision that we sent over to your commission last week. I think that is all I wanted to say. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have. There's no tree removal. That's the other thing I wanted to say. We're not proposing any tree removal in this application. So it's really just the removal and replacement of a deck in an area where there's already a deck or disturbed improved land. That's it.
Thank you, Greg. Sophie, have you had a chance to go out there and walk this location?
Yes, I did.
And is there anything that you would add to what Greg has already reviewed for us?
No, I don't have anything to add to it.
Thank you. Okay. So I will, I'll open the floor to commissioners to see if they have any questions or comments. Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greg, what is the existing conditions of where the proposed deck's going to be?
Well, in highlighted here is existing deck today.
Yep.
The areas outside of that are lawn areas, Rich. So they're improved,
Okay.
previously disturbed areas.
And the deck itself is going to be a second-story deck?
That is correct, Rich. Yep.
Okay. And you're planning to design and build this as such it's going to be an impervious surface?
Yeah, which is why
Okay.
we didn't dare come to you with that without doing any mitigation. So that's why we're proposing to put the drywall in to attenuate that and mitigate it.
The existing deck now is not impervious, it's just an open seam deck?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And what is the square footage of the impervious surface that you're adding inside the 50?
Do we have a table? Boy, I don't think we do.
Okay.
I can get it to you 8 by, if I can get you roughly, Rich, hang on one second. 8 times 18. We're approximately, I'm going to call it approximately 160 to 170 square feet.
Okay, it looks like you've got what, about 30 by 10 average, so about 320 square feet?
Yeah, and then if you back out the existing deck, well, okay,
Yeah, but the existing deck's not impervious
Yeah,
now.
thank you, Rich. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
I was backing out the existing deck. So you're right. It's probably
Okay.
closer to that 300 square foot.
All right. Thank you, Greg. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rich. Other questions or comments? I have a question for the commission. Where we have already disturbed like lawn that's within the 30, do we require hand digging of the fence post, or can that be mechanical where it's already disturbed? Rich?
I guess my question would be if they're just putting a chain link fence, or are they drilling or just pounding the fence posts in?
They want to use a more ornamental fence than a chain link, Rich. They want to use one of those, it's metal, but it wouldn't be, it kind of looks like a wrought iron fence, but it wouldn't be wrought iron. Don't get me wrong. That's a little bit, I think, out of the price point, but that lighter duty metal, and it has the vertical slats, so sort of rail on the top, rail on the bottom, vertical slats, and it would be about 4 feet high, and it's usually square tubes. So, I don't know how those are installed. I would assume they would be driven. I don't believe that this fence would rise to the level of needing to have concrete support posts installed. So I would think that they would be driven, but I'm not exactly certain on that. I don't think, if the commission has an issue with mechanical equipment at the top of that wall, I don't think we would object to accepting a condition that they be done either driven or by hand if they needed to be a larger excavation.
And another quick question, would the applicants be open to changing the construction of the deck to allow it for an open seam, permeable decking as is currently there?
Well, they're on the call. So, I mean, I think so John and Annette, if you're here, if you want to pop on mute and answer any of these things, feel free.
Yeah, so I guess this is why we hired you, Greg, because I'm a little, I guess I'm ignorant when it comes to this stuff. So what exactly is the question? So we wouldn't.
You're proposing to put the gutter system under the new deck.
Correct.
John, which of course makes it essentially an impervious surface. We are proposing to infiltrate that, collect that runoff and infiltrate it in the ground as if it would happen naturally through the deck slats. What the commission has asked is, would you be amenable to, in lieu of doing that, just leaving it as a conventional open deck with no gutter system underneath?
So my answer to that is obviously I prefer the former, where we vented it out. But if that's what needs to be done, then I'll just, we'll just live. We just won't have storage into that. So that's all. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, yes.
Thanks.
So the answer is yes. If that's what you need me to do, then that's what I'll do.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I for myself, unfortunately, couldn't be in favor of an impervious surface in the 50-foot no build zone. But we
Okay.
have allowed in the 50-foot decks, but as long as they are permeable decks and still allow the water to permeate through.
Yeah, and as far as the fence, I call it the safety fence. That is, there's no way I'm planning on like digging and putting in concrete to put this stuff in. This is just a fence. If they see the fence, they'll stay away from it. But we have one grandchild and we have 2 more on the way, and it's one of them almost walked right off the edge of it. So we just want to put something up to sort of dissuade them from going there at all. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rich. Bob, calling you next.
Yeah, this is Rich Tremblay's old house, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
No.
that's next. That's the next one.
Oh, this isn't
it's two up the, it's two, there's, one in
Rich's
between
was
that's a Rich.
286.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
little
This
further to the
is-
north. Yeah, it's,
Well, I'm looking at the wrong address.
yeah,
All right, so.
yeah, no, that's the next hearing.
Okay, I'm looking at the wrong hearing.
376.
Ah,
Yep,
all right.
376.
Now I'm
Maybe I
looking at the
said,
right
I
hearing.
might have said 386 because that's next, so I apologize if I led you.
Okay,
astray.
so, yeah, I can tell you that there's quite a few people that we've said no to, that have asked to put impervious surfaces within the, 50-foot no disturb. Quite a few. And, you know, it's like the fact that it's up in the air, you know, a second, you know, it's second story, so I'm assuming there'd be like 10 feet underneath it. What are they planning to put under the deck? Are they planning to put pavers or a patio or lawn or?
Just what's there now, which is lawn.
Yeah,
lawn?
we don't propose to put any impervious surface there.
But if you're not collecting, if rain's not coming through there, that nothing's gonna
Well, that
live there.
that is true. That, you know, and that's, we understand that that's been the position of the commission, which is why we designed and proposed a situation that as, you know, a system that would collect that and infiltrate it in a, you know, what we view as an equivalent manner. So all of that runoff from that deck, yes, it would not drain through the slats as proposed, but it would be collected and it would be directly infiltrated, you know, immediately adjacent to it. So
Can I-
really, it's recharging the same. The recharge is effectively going to be the same. So I'm sorry, John, I don't want to cut you off.
No, I just, if I can add something. So the only spot I really was asking for it to, I guess, to be drained out so I could put storage on was under the existing deck.
Okay,
The-
so under
The
this,
extension, that could be wide open because we have there's a slider coming out the back of the house there. And I'm certainly not gonna build anything around so we can't go in and out. That would remain untouched with what's underneath it. It's just underneath the existing deck where,
I think you're talking about over here.
yeah, where it's highlighted yellow. That's the only spot that I was looking to actually have some storage.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, John. So that, you know, that's obviously, you know, it's on the plan for a reason. We're hopeful that the commission would find it approvable. But as the applicant said, if it's a non-starter, we certainly would rather build the deck with open slats than the alternative. So.
Thank you. I would suggest the chair that might want to do a straw poll on the deck issue.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, Bob. Sophie, you were asking to share your screen?
Oh yeah, I was just trying to show you guys the fence example that Ryan Proctor sent.
Oh, yeah, I can
to me.
stop sharing here. You can share. I forgot that we had sent you a picture. Thank you for that.
And they also mentioned they watched some videos and is typically installed with a post hole digger. So it sounds manual.
Yeah, we're not talking about a significant fence here that you'd, like a chain link where you'd put it in concrete. So,
And Ryan asked me for a picture, so I sent something quick. I'm certainly not gonna have any spikes on the top of the fence. It'll just flat top.
we relied on Pinterest here.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want me to try to find that, Sophie, or are you gonna share it?
Oh, it wasn't showing?
I saw it.
Oh,
I
did
saw
you?
it.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't see it.
I
I'm
saw
sorry.
it.
Maybe it was my
Yeah.
screen. Good.
No, I saw it.
Okay, good. I didn't see
yeah.
it, but that's fine.
You maybe you still had your drawing over your Zoom
I
window.
probably did. Yeah, that's my.
That's one of my famous tricks. Um, Yeah, so I think I will do that straw poll on where the commissioners sit with regard to the pervious versus impervious deck. And Rich, you've already said that you're, I think, against it. Does it change at all if the square footage is reduced of the impervious surface?
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be in favor of any impervious surface added within the 50-foot no-build zone.
Okay,
I can waiver to the continuation of the existing deck footprint as long as it's a pervious designed open deck. Did that make sense?
Well, I thought I was following you until you got to the last section of it. Let me just ask a couple of binary questions. So
Sure.
if the existing deck is impervious and the extension is pervious,
No, I would not be in favor of that.
okay. If the full deck is pervious,
Yes. I would
Okay.
be okay with expanding the second story deck as long as the understory was maintained as it is today.
okay. I think that's clear. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Bob?
I'm with Rich,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Okay, Mike? You went back on mute.
Let's try that again. Am I under the impression that because the existing deck that's in the 50 no-build zone is grandfathered in, that are we accustomed as a commission to allow extensions on a no-build area as is being proposed right here?
Bob, you have a comment?
Speaking for myself, in the past, my memory is that the commission has allowed pervious decks within the no structure zone because the intent, and this is my interpretation, Rich may have a different one. You know, the intent of the no structure zone was to, you know, not have, or one of the intents was not to add impervious surface, you know, that close to the lake.
Yeah, if I could, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, Greg.
I mean, I think it's also, you know, it's a situation where there's really, I get that we're proposing a modest expansion of the deck, but we're not proposing anything that I believe is really out of sight here. You know, the longer portion of the deck extends 8 feet out from the house, so we're not talking about a huge, you know, expansive deck. It's really just to provide some functionality and some connectivity to the rooms upstairs. And it's a situation, as I said, this is a pre-existing situation in a already disturbed portion of the site, already disturbed area, I should say. So it's not like we're proposing something that's in a, you know, pristine, undisturbed section of shoreline here. So I think I agree with Bob. I can remember times when we've done this in not the distant past. So, and you know, we've done some impervious within the 32 with some dry walls, but you know, of course, every case is different. I understand that. I'm not trying to cite precedent on the commission, but I just wanted to impart that it's our contention here that we're not really proposing something that's altogether out of the realm of reasonableness, I guess is what I'm saying.
Thank you, Greg. Mike, back to you.
I'm just curious, you know, whether you put a deck, even though you're going to be asking to put a deck that's impervious underneath that deck, we're going to lose whatever vegetation is under there, correct? Because light is not going to be able to sustain any vegetation which means now you're gonna create perhaps, a runoff issue because there's nothing to hold back any of the water.
There's mulch and grass under there. No. Mulch and grass is all that's under there.
And it is a second floor. I get the point. It is a second floor deck, so it's not like it's really low to the ground. It definitely will get some light in there. Unlike a deck that's, you know, say 3 or 4 feet above the ground, it will be shaded. It will certainly get some light. So if that
Thank
helps.
you,
You think
Greg.
you're gonna be able to support vegetation with that deck and not create another issue about runoff into the lake?
So I'm not gonna say that the vegetation is gonna
Thrive?
thrive, but I don't believe that we're gonna impart, either way we do it, whether it's whether it's a permeable surface like it appears the commission is leaning, or as we're proposing with a collection system with a direct infiltration to the groundwater. I don't believe you're gonna have an erosion issue here. It's not excessively steep. So it's a lawn surface on the down gradient side of it that it would be running through, and I really just I don't see a concern either way. I mean, I guess I will say that if there was a concern about that, which again, I don't really believe there should be, but if there was a concern about that, it would be a chalk in the column of adding the infiltration system like we're proposing it, because it would eliminate water flowing on that section, and it would still give you the same level, if not better, infiltration to the groundwater, recharge to the groundwater.
So the recharge system is still part of this project regardless of whether,
Well,
How
we
cool.
wouldn't install it if we weren't putting a gutter system in, because it wouldn't collect it. Then it wouldn't collect anything. You see what I'm saying? So if we didn't have any runoff to collect on it from underneath the deck with the gutter system that we were proposing, we wouldn't put the recharge system in, because it wouldn't collect anything.
I hear
Mike?
what you're saying. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, do you want me to, do you have other questions, or you want to just ponder, and have me come back to you?
Yeah, I really don't think it's a good idea to put a deck when there's vegetation underneath that's really not gonna get the sunlight that it would normally have gotten without the deck above it. I mean, am I just seeing something by myself here, or
No, I don't think you are. I
think
mean, it's a no structure zone, you know?
okay. And
Yeah.
and that'll be the way I'm gonna rule, unfortunately, that I don't think it's a good idea to extend this deck, because I think it's just gonna create other issues that are really not acceptable. And that's the way I see it.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
All right.
Chris St. Germain, what are your thoughts about the extension of the deck and the pervious or imperviousness of the deck?
Kind of wanted to find out if it was southern facing, because I feel that if it's a second story deck, that it could get enough sunlight under a second story deck. But I can't tell the orientation of the house.
North is this way, so it's
You're not sharing, Greg. Why
Oh,
don't you share real quick
sorry about
and
that. I forgot
point
about that.
north out to us?
I forgot about that. Sorry. How about that? Can you see that now?
Yeah.
Yes,
So north is up. So it's facing west.
All right, so it's already challenged. Yeah. Okay.
northwest, yeah.
All right. So I wouldn't be in favor.
And so not in favor of the deck, or the deck expansion at all, or not in favor of the
Not in favor of the impervious.
not in favor of the impervious deck. Okay, but you're okay with the expansion of the deck.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Jenny?
So my understanding is that underneath the deck was also planned to be storage?
I'll
We
let
would-
Greg take that.
Yeah, he would, yeah, I believe it's being used that way now, and he'd like to continue using it that way after it's done.
Okay, so just like storing like kayaks or something like that, not like
Yeah.
enclosed
Right.
storage.
That's
Okay.
correct. Yep. Open air
Okay.
storage.
So I mean, I would be in favor of the extension if it was pervious. I kind of agree with everybody else.
Okay. Okay, and my thoughts are it's a no structure zone, and that means expanded structures within that zone, even though they, you know, this one seems like it's sort of doubling the square footage. Is that it? We don't have the latitude to do that. It's just my own interpretation of the regulations. So that's kind of where I stand with it. But I think that's two of us that are taking a more rigid interpretation, and it seems like everybody is against the impervious deck, but that there's sort of a majority in favor of a pervious deck. I counted that out correctly.
So if I may,
Yes, Greg.
we would amend then, we would amend the application to exclude the proposed gutter system and commit to a standard, deck with, open slats like you would see.
Okay. Okay, do we have questions or comments from other members of the commission? No other comments. I'll open it to any members of the public. Okay, and I'm not seeing any anyone raise their hand from members of the public, which is fine. So it looks like yeah, and I guess I would think, I mean, a lot of times we do allow for something as straightforward as this to be an amendment after the fact and before the signed letter goes through, assuming that we do go forward and approve this. Is anybody opposed to that, going ahead and making a decision and allowing the applicant to update us? How quickly would you be able to get that update to us, Greg?
Very fast.
Yeah.
That's not a big change, but we would appreciate if it could be conditioned. It seems like, I don't want to put words in the commission's mouth, but should you approve it, that it seems like you could do a condition that is subject to, the deck being a permeable surface with no gutter system. And that would
Yeah.
cover,
That sounds reasonable.
and then we would certainly revise the plan for you.
So then, I think I'm looking for a motion to approve the NOI with you know, depending on who's motioning this, right? The hand digging or driving of the post for the proposed fence, and with the condition that the deck is a pervious deck with open slats.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to.
Oh, hang on.
No, he's good.
Oh, okay. Go, Rich.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the application with the special conditions that the decking be standard open seam decking. The expansion to be allowed, the proposed dry well to be denied, and simple hand construction installation of the fence. Is
I'll
that-
second that motion.
Pease. Very good. Okay. We will go for a roll call vote. Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
No,
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
and I vote no as well. So you carry the approval with a majority.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Moving along, we will go to the next hearing. And Greg, you can stop sharing or get ready to share the next one.
I'm on
Uh,
this. Yeah, I'll stop sharing just for formality. Yeah.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing for a request for an amendment to an order of conditions DEP number 208-1310 by Matt Mitrano for new site improvements of a staircase, reconstructed porch with expanded footprint, reconstructed concrete walkway and masonry walkway within the buffer zone of a wetland on Lake Shirley at 386 Sunset Lane. Do we have the applicant and or their representative here tonight?
Madam Chair, Greg Roy with Dilson Roy. I'm representing the applicant. I think that Matt is also on the call. At least I saw him earlier. I think so.
Yeah, he's here.
Hey, Matt.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Again, if I could share my screen, Madam Chair.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Okay, so this I will give a little history on. This one, as you said, is 386 Sunset Lane. So this is two properties south of the one we just discussed. There's one piece of property in between. And this is the former location of a distinguished member of your previous distinguished member of your board, Mr. Richard Tremblay. Rich had an open order of conditions that was issued by the commission a number of years ago for some improvements on the site, including the replacement of the lake walls, a few of the other walls on the site, and some other various improvements that we actually requested a certificate of compliance on, I think late summer, early fall, and your commission did grant that and close that certificate of compliance. Shortly thereafter, and again, I don't know my dates exactly correct, but shortly thereafter, it was discovered that the septic system needed to be upgraded for the sale of the property, as Rich was looking to sell the property, and the Title V, I believe, it did not pass the Title V, so the septic system needed to be upgraded. So we filed a new notice of intent for the construction of that septic system. And that septic system is located right here on the side of the property, right there. Leaching field right next to the house. This stoplight looking thing is the septic tank, and then there's a pump chamber right here that pumps the effluent up to the leaching field. That notice of intent was approved, and an order of conditions was issued for that work, and it is still open. We have not requested a certificate of compliance for that work as of today. That was filed by Mr. Tremblay before the sale and is now effectively transferred over to Mr. Mitrano after the purchase of the property. So he, as you discussed in some earlier hearings, is the new proud owner of the order of conditions that is open on the property, in virtue of the fact that he's the new owner of the land. So Mr. Mitrano is proposing and actually currently has a current open building permit to make renovations to the house. A lot of interior renovations are being made on the house, and modifications to the exterior, such as the installation of some dormers. Most of that is the work that's being done currently is all being done on the existing structure. There's no new footprint proposed. So that building permit was issued and they are working on that. There are a few pieces of that work that are expansions or modifications to the exterior footprint of the house, or changes to the exterior footprint of the house, and that does require approval from your board, which is why we're here this evening. Because we had an open order of conditions on the site, and because what we felt that the proposed modifications were minor enough in nature, we're asking you for an amended order of conditions. So we're asking you to amend the existing order of conditions that is open, to allow for the construction of the additional work that we're proposing this evening. So we're and by the way, there's other than procedure, there's not a lot of difference. We still advertise this as a public hearing with a butter notification, and your board is free under the amended order of conditions process to issue a new or amended order of conditions that may include new conditions if you see fit. So you have latitude to do that under this process. We're not asking you for a minor amendment, which would mean that you wouldn't issue a new order of conditions. You just approve the work as a red line. That's not what we're asking. We're asking you to actually issue an amended, essentially a new decision to include this plan and the work, which we thought was the right way to go in this case. So I just wanted to give you that update because it is a little atypical. So I'll go through and talk about what we are proposing for changes at the site. And there's 4 or 5 things here that we're proposing. First, there's 2 trees that we've identified that we would like to remove. The first, we were hopeful to save this as part of the work on the septic system, but really when we installed this right here is a retaining wall that needed to be installed associated with the Title V system. And after all of the grading was done in this area, the base of this tree really, it has fill. The fill needed to be placed up against that tree, and it's really not likely to survive. So we're proposing to remove that tree. Secondly, we're proposing to remove a maple tree that the applicant believes is a little bit distressed. We don't have any issues, replanting. I don't think we have. We've shown planting locations at this point, but we would like to remove those 2 trees. So that's sort of activity number 1. Activity number 2, there's an existing, and it's a little difficult to see, but there's an existing sort of linear concrete walkway that exists right in this location. And it comes down like this and then over like that. And it's an impervious concrete walkway. The applicant would like to remove and replace that with a permeable surface. So a masonry, open joint masonry type system in a similar configuration, just with a little bit of artistic flair, if you will, or interest with some curvilinear features instead of just a straight path. But it would be an improvement in that it would convert the surface from a impermeable surface, part of which is within your 30-foot no touch, and part of which is within the between the 30 and the 50. It would convert all of that surface over to a pervious surface with open joints. Secondly, this deck structure, existing deck structure here, has no access to the. It's a 2nd floor deck, and it has no access down to the lower level. And the applicant would like to put in access to the lower level. What they proposed is to do a circular staircase, 6 feet in diameter, It would be like you would imagine a circular staircase with the spokes, you know, projecting out from a center pole. The pole is really the only portion that would be in the, you know, fixed to the ground. So you're talking about a small diameter, 4 or 6 inch diameter post that would be affixed to the ground, and the rest of it is suspended over the ground surface with the staircase, you know, spiraling up to the second floor deck. So that's the third item that is proposed. And fourth, and I think lastly, unless I'm missing something, there's an existing porch today that is right in this location in the front portion on the Sunset Lane side of the property. They are proposing to remove that porch and to construct a larger porch, which is in that darker line right there. That portion of the project, there is no portion of the site that is outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. So every portion of the site is within the 100-foot buffer zone, but this portion of the site is not within the 50-foot no build structure zone. So this is approximately, I think 70 to 80 feet away from the water on both sides of the peninsula. So it sort of splits the difference between the both of the water's edge. And unless I am missing something, I believe that is the long and the short of what we're proposing. So essentially, removal of 2 trees, reconstruction of the existing concrete walk to a pervious masonry open joint walkway, construction of a spiral staircase, and the removal and replacement of the porch on the front of the property. With that, I will happy to take any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, so what are the proposed pavers that are going to go back in there?
I'm not sure that we have it selected yet, the type,
Mhm.
but they would be the type that has, you know, not tight joints with with the polymetric sand or whatever you call it. In the middle of it would be, you know, doing an open joint solution with either pea stone or something that's pervious in between those to allow for infiltration. But I'm not sure that we have a selected material. Matt, if you have something, you can feel free to interrupt.
Hi.
Okay.
Yeah, so we haven't not picked a material for that yet. Currently they have some pavers in some areas, but we definitely don't want the poured concrete, that's for sure. And it is right now, the way it's at, it is sunken down so that there is a little bit of a hazard back there as far as tripping and that type of thing.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to understand what it is. It's kind of shown as stone with, you know, really wide joints, which would be very porous, you know, but you know, but it says pavers. So if you went back with something with pavers, a lot of times people do pavers like abutting each other, which is much less porous. So that's why I wanted to ask that question. Okay, and you're removing 1 12-inch maple within the 30-foot.
Correct.
Yeah, and what are you proposing for replacement?
We have, like I said, we have not proposed that yet. I do understand that we would need to replace those per your bylaw.
Mhm.
So if the commission wants to see those on a plan, we could certainly show them. But we just believe that
Okay.
tree is causing a hazard back there. So, but we do intend to replant pursuant to your requirement.
Okay. And then the Square footage of the staircase?
It's 6 feet in diameter. So
Yeah,
it's,
pi r square, huh?
yeah, pi
Not
r square.
round.
9 times 3.14, 28 square feet. And it's not, it's pervious. It's not impervious at all. It's, like you would envision a, I mean, I actually have, architecturals here that might show it. Let's see. Yeah. So you kind of see there, it's an open tread type system with just the treads attached to the center pole and spiral around.
Okay. Okay, so I'll open the floor to members of the commission. Jenny, you had your hand open or hand up.
So the maple, I saw that and it looked pretty healthy. What was the issue with the maple? I have a picture of it too. Are they worried that it's diseased or?
I don't know. Do you want to speak to that, Matt? I'm not extremely up to speed on that either.
Yeah, so the one of the top branches is broken. We got to see it in the fall, and the previous owner told us that there's no way that he thinks it's coming back. So ideally, we'd love to save the tree if we can, but I honestly don't think that the tree is going to make it. Because of some of the dead limbs and stuff that we had seen on it, but we wanted to bring that up. I mean, if we can't save it and we have to take it out, we'd rather have the ability to do that than
Come back to this project.
come back and go through the whole process again. So that's kind of where we're at. But we will put an effort in this spring to see how it's going to come around before we do anything.
Okay,
thank you.
okay.
No, Jenny, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh yeah, because it's budding, so it looks like, and I thought the limbs looked pretty healthy. And I know Mike was there with me. I don't know if he wants to speak to it at all.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jen.
Yes, Mike.
I too observed the tree, and the tree is stunning. I have to say, it sort of sets off the whole lake from the deck area. Yes, it looks like it was topped at some point, and it's very windy on that site. But I too observed the buds as Jen had, and I'm willing to give that tree a try. I think it's strong enough. And I think it's going to could be tougher to start a smaller tree in that condition than try to knock out this tree when it probably has a chance. I realize it means, if it doesn't happen that, you got to go back, but I'm taking a bark course right now, and I seem to see a lot of promise in this tree to come back. But once again, I'm just an amateur tree admirer. So that's my 2 cents on the maple tree.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Any other questions or comments?
You're keeping, there's 2 oak trees. You're just taking down the one, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. The one that's closest to the septic system.
Okay. Thank you, Greg.
You bet.
Thank you. Sophie, you had your hand raised.
Yes, so when I was on the site visit with Ryan Proctor, a small brown bird flew into a cavity in the tree. So it is being used, it's serving a purpose. And I didn't observe any buildings or structures that I could foresee being impacted by the tree, as it's not super tall, and it looked somewhat healthy when I was there. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else, since you are talking, is there anything else that you wanted to add to for our consideration on the project?
No, that was my primary concern. We just discussed the possibility of that tree being removed, and I just was not super in favor of that decision.
Okay,
That's all.
thank you, Sophie. Bob?
I have absolutely no trouble with replacing the porch on the Sunset Lane side. I remember when we did the septic system, there was a fairly extensive discussion about the 24-inch oak, that they would try to save it, but they weren't sure that they could, you know, based on the grading. And it's not surprising to me that it should come down. And it's outside 30, I would note. It's between the 30 and the 50.
That's correct.
And I had no trouble with the open spiral staircase. And you know, to me, if they want to take the tree down, I have no trouble with it so long as they do replacement trees. But to me, I would want to see a diagram, you know, that shows, you know, what the replacement trees would be and where they would be. And I would love to have some kind of more definitive statement about what they're going to use for pavers, because there are, you know, permeable is not a binary, permeable, impermeable is not like a binary condition. And so we could have, you know, big differences, you know, based on, you know, what pavers are chosen, and, you know, what goes in between them and stuff like that. And so I'm hoping that we can see some more definition about that. And so speaking for myself as one member, I'm hoping we're going to continue this so that we can get some more information. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Bob. Rich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in agreement with Bob as far as the existing porch being taken off on the Sunset Lane side and increased. That's pretty much all pavement over on that side, I think anyways. So I would have no problem with that. I do agree with his recollection on the 24-inch oak that's being removed. I was surprised that they tried to leave it where the root system was in such close proximity to all of the construction that was happening. As far as the spiral staircase, can it be swung around to the southern side of the deck to be a little closer to the 50-foot no build line?
You mean in here, Rich?
Yeah, somewhere on that side.
I don't know. It's be pretty close to the septic tanks.
Okay.
It is pretty close to the septic tanks now, but then you'd only be
Yep.
talking about maybe a foot or two off instead of maybe 5 or so.
Well, it looked like in your diagram that it's just the center post that's going to have the foundation. That the foundation's not going to be this 6-foot circumference or
No,
6-foot
no.
circle.
No, it isn't. It's just in the center of it.
Yeah, so I mean, the septic tank, the only exposed part of the septic tank is going to be the access ports, correct? You don't have the whole top of the septic system showing.
Right, but
Okay.
obviously we have to, yeah.
No, so just a suggestion to see if
Okay,
it can be
yeah.
mounted.
We can look at it.
Where we have the possibility of moving it out or close to the 50-foot no build.
We can look at it. We can look at that.
Okay. Yeah, I personally, I don't get overly attached to trees in the short term, you know, because I believe it's either 2 or 3 like kind trees that would have to replace that 12-inch if it was removed. You know, we are looking at the long-term viability of the tree if it does have problems 5 years down the road, 6 years down the road, it may be easier just to take it out now and get the proper amount of trees replaced in that area of maple. And do you have any differentials between the square footage of the concrete walkway coming out and what you're proposing with the
I knew
bends
you-
and the curves going in?
I knew you were gonna ask that. I do know, we do not have that summarized.
Okay.
The
I
intent
mean,
is that, the intent is that for it to be essentially the same, but just
Okay.
just sort of meandering a little bit instead of straight.
Okay, and I have no problem taking out the concrete walkway and replacing it with any form of pervious paver if you're keeping the square footage the same. You know, taking out concrete and putting in as tight of a seamed paver as you can. We're not getting any more impervious surface if you're keeping with the same footprint.
Yeah,
If you are trying to go for a larger footprint, then I do agree with Bob. We'd need to see what kind of materials you're putting down and what the percentage of seam, that pervious seam that we're adding is going to be. But if you're just going 1 for 1 square foot, I'm fine with whatever type of paver you put back in there. And it looked like you had a erosion protection going around.
correct. Yes.
Okay, yep. So as long as you have the erosion protection, you'll need equipment to get in there. I'm not exactly sure. You must be going in on the neighbor's property to get in there to tear that concrete out.
I'm not exactly sure
Okay.
about that yet, but yeah.
All right, well, as
They-
long
they
as
got-
you're
they got
coming
very
in
cre-
from,
They got very creative with the septic system.
yeah, okay.
So,
Yeah, just as long as you're coming in on some area that's already disturbed, that's fine. If you're trying to come in on the waterfront or any other access point, you'd have to file or let us know how you're getting the equipment in and the material out.
understood.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rich. Do we ever have other questions or comments from members of the commission?
Yeah, I think Chris has a question, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
maybe he's not
it's-
maybe
he's in
not
a butter. Yeah, I
sorry,
was gonna,
I thought that was
the Commissioner Chris.
the other Chris, sorry.
Yes, yeah, no worries. And it's always helpful to have some extra eyes looking at things because there's a lot to manage and juggle when you're the chair. Okay, if we don't have questions or comments from members of the commission, I will now open to members of the public. And as a reminder, please state your name and your address for the purposes of the record. And I will call on Chris and Alan Kohlberg.
Hi, I'm Chris Kullberg, 380 Sunset Lane, a butter to this property. I just want to say our property, our elevation is a little higher, and we have a what I would call a bird's eye view of the backyard. We've been watching that 12-inch maple die for the last 5 years since we moved here, and in the middle of summer, it only has about half of the branches that contain vegetation. It's in really sad shape. I just wanted to say that I would be in favor of them, their proposal to replace it with something healthy.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate hearing that. So thank you for that. Do we have any other members of the public questions or comments? Okay, so it seems like what we're looking for maybe is a request to continue because it looks like we're looking for some additional data here, square footage of existing and proposed on the paver / concrete, former concrete area. And I think also I'd like to do a straw poll of the commissioners for where's my list? For the consideration of the 12-inch maple too, so that you know, if we do continue this when we come back, it's everybody's clear on expectations. So Bob, where do you stand on the 12-inch maple that's within the 30-foot
When I look on
zone?
near map,
Mhm.
when I look on near map, near map, in my opinion, reinforces the observations of the abutting neighbor. You see a lot of branches. You don't see a lot of vegetation on the branches. You know, and which is why I said, you know, when I commented about it, you know, to me, if the homeowner wants to take it down and is willing to replace it, you know, as per the you know, our regulation, I have no trouble with it, but I think, you know, we need, you know, to know, you know, what kind of trees and where they're gonna go. That's where I stand on that.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Rich, where do
I
you
agree
stand
with,
on it?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Can you say that one, you asked a question again?
Yeah, where do you stand on the tree that's within the 30 foot?
Again, I don't get attached to trees. If the tree is looking like it's in decline, I mean, we're only talking a matter of a few years, and I would rather see them replace them. I did happen to look it up. For a 12-inch tree, it is 2 trees they'd have to replace it with. So I would be fine with removing it and putting 2 trees back in its place of the same. I imagine it's a red maple.
I think so. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, definitely not a Norway maple because those are invasive. So, but I would
Good.
have no problem with taking it out and replacing 2 red maples in that general vicinity. Acer rubrum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mike, where do you stand on the tree?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given my one visit to the tree, I did not have the advantage of the neighbor who has seen it in bloom. So I'm okay with letting it go, given that there will be now 2 trees perhaps in that area, but I would like to see what the plan might be for the oak that's being removed. You know, there's not a lot of space there, but how many additional trees are we asking for by removing the oak tree as per the plan?
Sounds like 2. Rich just looked it up for us.
For the maple, not the oak.
Two
I
for
don't
the
think
maple. What
require-
about the oak?
I don't think that would.
Oh,
I don't think
oh
that-
yeah. Okay, so the
I don't-
oak, yeah.
I don't think that requires any because it's outside of the 30.
Okay.
It's,
Uh,
yeah.
But you get 2 for the maple. The maple's in the 30, so your regulations are clear. That requires a 2-to-1 on that size tree.
And that sounds great, Craig. Thank you. And I'm okay with the rest of the proposed about the deck closest to Sunset Lane, and certainly would like, as my other colleagues have asked for, a little bit more detail on the walkway and the materials that are going to be proposed for the walkway. But otherwise, I think I'm okay.
Thank you, Mike.
All right.
Chris St. Germain, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, first I want to thank Chris Kohlberg for providing that information that helps us make a more informed decision. So before her statement, I was leaning towards saving that tree, but nobody wants to see a tree that's struggling like that. So I'm in favor of removing it. And I also, in terms of the walkway, I would just like to see, I know they mentioned that they're going to be spaced, but yeah, I'd like to get a little more detail on that. But everything else I'm good with.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Jenny?
So with the new information, I would be okay with them removing the maple and in favor of the front porch. And I would like to know what the pavers would be on the walkway.
Okay, thank you. Did you have other comments? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm all set.
I'm just looking at the clock get later. I get anxious. Okay, yeah, and for myself, I'm okay with taking the maple down that's within the 30-foot and replacing with 2 red maple or similar native trees, but definitely want to know what is proposed there and where they're proposed to go. I would like to see the existing square footage of the concrete pavers and the proposed new square footage. And definitely, if we're increasing that, I would like to understand the percentage of pervious seam that would be put in there. I, don't like to see added structures in the 50-foot, but I consider that stairway to actually be a safety feature, and it is a minor square footage addition, so I'm in favor of that, and I have no problem with the porch up on the up adjacent to the road, and I understand why the 24-inch maple needs to be removed. So that's where I stand. Greg, any questions about those comments?
Nope, loud and clear. I have them written down and we'll be ready to go on those in 2 weeks.
Okay, so then,
Did I say something?
yeah, who spoke?
I'm sorry, this is Matt. There's
Matt.
there's one thing on the porch and the stairs that you guys all agreed on. Is there any way that we could have that approved, because we have the workers at the house now and we're going in front of the ZBA for the porch in like a week. So we're trying to be able to get that in play. I know the other stuff is going to take a little bit longer with the pavers and all that stuff, but if we can get the stairs and the porch approval to go forward on that, that's helpful.
Okay,
Is-
so
If there's a way to do it, I don't know if there is or not.
Well, I think, Matt, if I could, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but if you get good news from the zoning board next week,
Mhm.
you're gonna have an appeal period with that process. So you're likely to get, assuming we can get this done at the next meeting, which it appears based on the commission's comments that we don't have a heavy lift here in front of us. We just need to provide some additional information so that they'd be in a position to vote at the next meeting. I think you would actually still get this
Before.
approval before you would be emerged from appeals from the zoning board of appeals.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bob,
I would just suggest to Matt that when he goes to the ZBA, that he mention that, we took a straw poll of individual members tonight and that there wasn't, well, I don't know if it was, I think at least 4 of the commissions, I'm not sure it was all 5, said that they supported the spiral staircase, so.
Well, yeah, let's ask so I started out asking about the doing the straw poll on the tree, and the commission migrated towards which was fine, giving me a full kind of rundown of the points of the proposal that they wanted to were in favor of. But Bob, you and Rich went first, and so you just commented on the tree as I had originally asked. So Bob, where are you with regard to
As
the
I
other
said
points of the
before, I'm in
project?
favor of the spiral staircase.
Okay, and Rich?
I would like to hear why they can't move it to the 50-foot boundary line.
Okay, so and if they can't, you might not be in favor of it.
Yeah, I would like the answer first before I give an opinion.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. And the rest of the project proposal?
Yeah, because the rest of it I was fine with.
Okay.
removing and replacing the tree as per the bylaw or the regulations.
Yeah,
If the square footage of the solid concrete walkway is gonna be the same when they replace it with pavers, I'm fine with whatever materials they put in there. If they want to expand it, then I'd have to see more detail on materials they're using. The 24-inch tree coming out, I'm fine with, and the expansion of the deck on the street side of the house, I was fine with.
okay, okay, cool. Thank you.
And I guess I never asked this question. Is there a town mandated reason that they're putting in the spiral staircase, or it's just for personal access? It's not a fire requirement or a building requirement. There's no requirement for that staircase to be there. Question.
I don't know the answer to that. Matt, you know the answer to
No, no, that was for personal reasons.
Okay.
This access.
Nobody pointed out that it was. I just,
Yeah, I just
safety-
wanted to clarify that
Yep.
it was personal and it wasn't a mandated
yeah, fair enough.
installation.
Being a
Not
safety engineer in my day job, I'm just always thinking about that stuff.
Thank you very much,
Um,
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rich. Okay, so, and Greg, you said you guys would be ready,
Yeah.
for the 5-1 meeting?
Absolutely. Well, no, I would hope we could do it at the at the April meeting.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we got another speeding through April. Yeah,
Yeah, I think we could be ready for the, would it be the 20th?
yeah, I was just looking,
No, I'm sorry, I'm still in March,
18th.
the 18th,
18th.
yeah, 18th.
17th is,
No,
what's at
it's-
the bottom of the agenda?
17th.
17th, okay. Yeah, so we're looking for a continuance to the 17th of April. Do I have a motion by members of the commission?
So moved.
Thank you, Chris.
Second, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, roll call vote, Bob Pease,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. So I'll see you again, April 17th.
Okay, thanks a lot, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You.
Okay, moving along, to continued public hearings, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Town of Lunenburg Protection, Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation by Kevin O'Brien at 390 Howard Street. Do we have Kevin or his representative here on the call tonight? And we're, Sophie, were we expecting them to be back tonight?
They never requested a continuance. I haven't
Okay.
heard from them in a while. I tried reaching out about that specific project, and there was no response from Matt or Kevin O'Brien.
Okay, well, not showing up as, Bob, you have your hand raised.
I'm just curious, did we receive a check for the third-party consultant?
Can we discuss that?
I'm
If
asking
they
a
aren't-
question. Did you receive a check for the third-party consultant?
Yes.
You did. All right. So and so, I mean, I just assume when they don't show that they're looking for a continuance because they're still, now they got to go through their whole third-party consultant thing, until they complete that, they won't be back. So I'm assuming if they don't show, we're continuing. That would be my assumption. But we all know about assumptions.
Well, that's actually what's in the bylaws. I was, having trouble sleeping this weekend, so I was reading them. And it actually says, not showing up is is taken as a request for continuance.
We have a
So
member of the public with their hand raised.
I see that. Rick Perkins.
Yes, hi. I'm Rick Perkins at 520 Howard Street, which is below the development. And I was wondering what we could do about the retention ponds up on the O'Brien development that aren't retending any water. Whenever we get a storm of 2 inches or more, I end up with a cellar full of water. And right now I have silt fence up across my yard to divert the water away from, it comes right down at the corner of the house. There's been some areas in the back woods of my property that he's been flowing down in for years. But I didn't know if there was anything we could do to get him to actually have a retention pond that retains water.
So we haven't we've opened the hearing, but without the applicant here, can we actually discuss the project, Bob?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
But I just would remark that there are no detention ponds and stormwater is not in the jurisdiction of the commission, and I think we should stick to discussing the continuance.
Okay.
Okay, who is that under? If
There's a
it's-
stormwater task force.
Oh, there is a stormwater task force, okay.
And Jenny, how would we go about how would he go about contacting the stormwater task force?
So stormwater meets the third Thursday of the month, and members of the public are welcome to come to that. You can also, if you're having issues with stormwater, reach out to Bill Bernard at the DPW.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's coming across private property though, so I don't
He-
know how much it
And
could
he
help.
could also reach out to the zoning official who enforces stormwater rules.
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate the information.
Okay, so I know I looked up where you're located. So you're definitely down Howard Street, down gradient from 390. And we have had some people farther down from you complaining about siltation in the creeks that flow down off of that property, and had not had permission to go on your property to determine if there was silt in the intermittent stream that flows across your property. I'm assuming there is a creek that flows across your property.
Yeah, it's yeah, occasionally when it's unless it's dry. But the water that where they're seeing the silt from, and I have it on my property as well, is coming down from the O'Brien development, where he cut the roads in. He kind of put in some temporary stone retention that actually at one point was retaining the water somewhat, but now it doesn't do anything. So out in the backwoods, that's where there's a silt problem, and that flows every time it rains. The one that I'm really concerned about coming at the house, that's when we have these big storms that, and you never know when that switch gets turned on.
Oh, snap. Check it out.
Yeah, so the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission is not the stormwater, but siltation in wetlands is. Could you reach out to Sophie Doro via email? And Sophie, can you get us permission from Rick to come and onto his property and look at any intermittent streams or wetlands that are on his property?
Yes, I can do that. I'm pretty sure we were already in somewhat correspondence, so
Okay.
it's not an issue.
Okay, thank you. And Rick, I assume that that might be okay with you, if we walked on your property to see if there was, siltation flowing down gradient from, adjacent uphill properties?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So with that, I think I'm looking for a motion to, continue this hearing to April 17th.
So moved, Rich.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Rich and Chris. Okay, roll call vote on the motion to continue. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer.
I wasn't here for the beginning of these ones, so I don't think
Yeah, okay, thank you. Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. Okay, that's a continuation on that one. Moving on to the next one. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a notice of intent by Stephen McSweeney for the construction of a single-family home and associated site work at 255 Sunny Hill Road. Do we have Stephen McSweeney or his representatives here on the call tonight?
Yeah, Brian Marchetti here, McCarty Engineering, and Stefan is also on the meeting.
Okay, do you want to catch us up on this project?
Yes, so I was not in attendance at the site walk, but I believe at the end of February, the applicant did perform a site walk with commission members. In the site walk, there was a question of the wetland lines in a couple of locations. Marion DePinto, our wetland scientist, did go out and revise the flagging with members of the commission. They were in agreement with where they were located. So our plan has been updated accordingly. On that site walk, revisions were described or discussed about shifting the driveway a little farther to the north, which was away from the Patton property. So the driveway on our revised plan, I'll go through all this in a minute after I share my plan. The driveway was shifted about 10 feet. Plan was revised accordingly. We added a culvert and a little plunge pool to intercept the stormwater runoff that has been observed coming from the neighbors' properties that are uphill of this. So we were able to control that stormwater with a culvert. We also shifted or shrunk the size of the house on the north side to pull it a little bit further away from the buffer zone. So the entire house is out of the 50-foot no structure zone. And then because of the revisions to the wetland lines, the driveway does require a wetland fill for access. So we've proposed replication on the plan. So Stefan, I don't know if that's accurate kind of synopsis of what was discussed. If there's anything else, please chime in. In the meantime, if I can share the screen and go over the modifications on the plan.
No, that summarizes it pretty well.
All right, so you can see here, this is the revised plan. The wetland line previously, you can see the line here with the A flags, A series flags. That line previously pulled back further to the north here. So it was discussed over here where the existing driveway to the Pattons, the edge of driveway is right here. Our driveway was only a few feet off the lot line, so we shifted it about 10 feet further to the north. Doing so does put the driveway within the wetland, but even in the location it was originally proposed, we had a wetland fill and a wetland impact as well. Up here on the south side of the property, there's a defined swale that comes down from all the neighbors here. That swale was created and dug by these neighbors in the last several years to control runoff that was coming off the hill, and directly dumps it onto the property. So we're just proposing a 2 or 3 foot deep plunge pool here with a culvert underneath the driveway to control that stormwater runoff. We shrunk the size of the house, so we cut the house back on this side. This location here is also where the wetland was revised. They used to pull back here as previously flagged. There weren't any hydric soils encountered in here, but the limit of flood staging here in the wetland area did come further up the hill, so it was revised accordingly. Again, Marion DePinto was on site. Members of the commission agreed with the wetland line, revised as shown here on the plan. So we added a detail on this sheet here showing the area of wetland fill. So you can see here where the driveway was previously located, it still would have encountered a fill here, but shifting the driveway shifted the fill a little bit more to the north. In total, there's about 1,570 square feet. For replication, we're proposing it here on the northern edge of the property, which is in proximity to where the wetland lines were revised. We're replicating it 1-to-1, and we're also adding 41 shrubs, combination of high bush blueberry, gray dogwood, and elderberry. And these shrubs were all selected and agreed upon with our landscape architect and wetland consultant. These are the other details that were added to the plan since we're adding the culvert under the driveway. And we added a scour pad on the bottom side of the northern side of our driveway, the location right here, just to help with settling the runoff before it flows down the wetlands. And that pretty much sums up all the revisions. We maintain pretty much the same slope coming off the road. I did raise the house another couple of feet in order to accommodate a culvert under the driveway here. But the way the house sits on the slope, we were easily able to tie the grades out here in the front yard. So that, as I said, basically sums up the modifications to the plan. These changes were all discussed in the field with the applicant and the commission members that were part of the site walk. So this should accurately reflect everything that was discussed on that site walk at the end of February. So if there's any other questions you have, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Bob, I think you were the only commission member that was on that site walk.
Could be. At least if he's talking about the sidewalk that I went on, yes, and I actually was on my way to the gym, so I didn't stay till the bitter end while Mary Ann was continuing to finishing reflagging the wetlands. I thought our bylaw, and I'm sure Rich will correct me on this, says that replication is 2-to-1, not 1-to-1. And I know we discussed that the house box as staked in the field was bigger than the thing in that when the wetlands was redone, that the house might, have to either move or shrink. But I don't know that we actually reached an agreement in the field that day. Those are the only comments I have. I think the wetlands as shown on the plan now are accurate. So
So
on my
We did shrink the
personal
footprint of the
observation.
house.
What was that?
I said we did shrink the footprint of the house.
Okay, how much did you shrink it by?
I believe it was approximately maybe 10 feet. It's right here on this side of the house. We pulled this edge back. We kept the garage the same size, and just shrink the box of the Colonial.
Okay, so the long side was shortened by 10
Yes.
feet?
Yep.
Did Bob, when you were out there, did Marianne DePinto actually say why it had been flagged incorrectly before?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
It was not. it
And
was
did
not-
while you guys were out there, did you talk about like how she had defined the edge of the riverfront? Because when I was out there, it seemed like the river current actually came up to the adjacent to the land, which means the way it's drawn on this drawing seems questionable. But I don't know if you had an opportunity to get into that with her.
No, we didn't discuss that at all. More, I pushed back hard on where she had delineated the wetlands. You know, pointing out where the soils appeared to me to be hydric, and saying as far as I was concerned, there's some places where I would be insisting as one member of the commission on a soil core, and then pointing out, plant species that I thought indicated was wetlands, and after a brief discussion, and then we found, so that was down in the area of the driveway. And then in the back, I mean, it was clear that it was in the wrong place in the back corner, on the side of the house where they shrunk the house some, that was, I don't know what was going on the day she flagged those wetlands, because it was clear that there were blue flags right out in the middle of the wetlands.
That's what it looked
Well,
like to me
that-
the day
that-
I went out there as
Yeah.
well.
That's because there was just water. There were no wetland indicated plants down lower. So that's the reason why they weren't, all indicators weren't up to the extent. The only reason they were moved up to where they were was because it was up to a flood line, which wasn't where it was when she had flagged it originally.
Yeah, the day I went out there, which was right after before the first hearing, and maybe both, because I've been out there like 3 or 4 times. Yeah, the flags looked like they were going through wetlands, not at the perimeter of wetlands. And then I did have the concern about how the riverfront had been delineated or designated. Chris, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, are there any comments on the DEP?
I don't know. Somebody look that up for us.
See if I can try to pull it up quick. So DEP, our initial comments with them, it was all stormwater related, about the subdivision of the property. So after we discussed basically how the subdivision was done kind of previously by a different applicant, different owner, years past, we subdivided into 5 lots, or 4 buildable lots. We claim that the wetlands or the DEP stormwater management standards only applied to the maximum extent practicable. They, not understanding the kind of history of the lot and how it was subdivided, took a hard stance that wasn't the case. So not until we got actually them on the phone, shared plans with them and explained to DEP the situation, they finally understood where we were and agreed that this plan, including the subdivision of the land up on Sunny Hill, didn't, did meet the standards only to the maximum practical. So,
And they had no other comments?
no, that's, I'm trying to find, I'm gonna pull up their comments so you can actually see them, so I'm not mistakenly speaking.
Rich has his hand up and Jenny have their hand up and Sophie.
Oh, okay, while he's looking for that, thank you, Bob. Rich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given that multiple members have concerns of the delineation of this site, and we no longer have an agent that is able to confirm the delineation, I would request that this be put out for a third-party consultant to review the wetland delineation and the riverfront delineation prior to moving forward with this project.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Thanks, Rich. Any other comments?
And just one other quick thing, Bob was correct. It is a 2-to-1 replication for
All right.
a crossing.
Okay,
Can easily
thank you,
accommodate
Rich.
that.
And Brian, did you include a narrative as to all of the history on this lot since 1978 with all the subdivisions and all of the buffer zone intrusions that have taken place over the years?
No, I mean, we don't have, I mean, I really don't have any of the history beyond, basically when the applicant purchased this property. I believe it was subdivided once before with the 3 or 4 lots up on right here beyond, the
Okay.
Patton property.
Okay, yeah, because technically any development since the bylaw went in place, we should be taking into consideration the overall impacts in the buffer zone and the wetland system that was in existence. I believe it was in 1978 moving forward. So I know there's been quite a bit of development and lot carve outs on this individual piece of property over the years. So
Yeah,
I'd
and
also
both-
request at least a quick narrative on where we started and how many lots were taken off, how many houses were put in any of the buffer zone. Because I know there were a few in here that had filings prior also.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with that is how far do you go?
But
How far can you go
1978,
back? Because every single piece of property has been subdivided at some point in time.
yeah. Yep, it goes back to the implementation of the Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Bylaw. So those are my 2 suggestions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rich. I'll call on Jenny.
So I just had the NOI pulled up with the technical comments, and they
Oh,
do
yeah.
say that the last thing it says is the commission may want to consider a third party for complex sites. I can share my screen if you want to see all of the comments, because it's
Yeah, that'd be
it's
great.
okay.
Thank you, Jenny.
Well, actually, Brian will have to stop sharing the screen and she's gonna share hers. There you go.
Can you see it?
Yes.
So this is it right here. Let me know if you need me to scroll. There's not much below it.
No, I think that's all of it, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
it.
just the riverfront
Yeah.
area alteration.
That's the whole thing.
Okay. Thank you
Do
for
you guys use anybody in particular for a third party?
In the past, we have provided the applicants a list of like 3 potentials. We should be able to get that list of 3 potential third parties over to Brian, shouldn't we? Bob, I think you were more involved in the last one that we did.
Let me see if I can find that email.
Okay.
Let's see, there was Brian Butler at Oxbow, Art Allen at Ecotech, Scott Goddard at Goddard Consulting, LEC Environmental Consultants in Wakefield, and Stacy Minahe, Beals and Thomas, Southborough Place. I could send this to,
That's fine. I've worked with Art Allen, Goddard, LEC. We know all these consultants, so if you're okay with all of them, I can give a couple of them a call and see how soon I can get one of them out there. Now, do you want
Well,
to?
I think they need to issue quotes, and then you'll pay us. We'll put that in escrow and pay them.
this is like a Graves review, Brian. They're not gonna work for you, they're gonna work for us.
No, understood, but I was just I can call them and give them the information, and do you want them to, are you gonna solicit a quote from them, or do you want me to have them send you a quote?
That's a great question. How are we supposed to do it?
That's all I meant by I know
yeah.
them. So I can
Yeah,
try to
yeah.
help the process along here.
So, Rich or Bob, what's the right process here?
Yeah, technically, we're supposed to be soliciting the
Okay,
third party.
okay. So then we should contact them. Sophie should contact them and request the quote. Then we send the quotes over to Brian for review.
So,
Yep.
Brian, do you have a preference who Sophie reaches out to first? Or do you
No,
want 3 quotes?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you guys, whoever you want to use, but like I said, Art Allen, with Ecotech, we know them well. Goddard is close, and LEC has an office close too. And Oxbow as well, Oxbow is close, so, any one of them should be fine. I'm just saying geographically located, probably Oxbow and Art Allen at Ecotech are probably the closest two.
Okay. Sounds like we have next steps with regard to that. Do we have other questions or comments from commissioners? So I do have a question. It's the first project that I've sat on that had wetland fill happening. So a limited project. Seems like in that wetland area and the adjacent buffer zone, there are a number of trees. So in the replication, I would assume we need to have replication of all those trees and shrubs. Is that a fair assumption? Rich or Bob?
Well, the plant palette should be consistent with whatever's in the vicinity in that
Yeah.
wetland system. They shouldn't be introducing plants that aren't found in that system.
Okay, and then for the fill and driveway that's happening in the 30-foot buffer zone where we have to take out trees, does the same 2-to-1 town bylaw replacement apply? Well, 2-to-1 or 1-to-1 depending on the size of the the
Yeah,
trees.
they would have to follow the replication schedule for any trees that are removed within the
Mhm.
30-foot no disturbance zone for certain.
Okay. And is that already detailed on your plan, Brian?
It is not.
Okay. Okay, I don't have other questions myself then.
So we were previously asked to stake out the center line of the driveway. I had emailed Sophie and asked if they wanted me to stake this revised one out. I didn't get a reply last week. Are we going to? Do you want us to restake this? Are we having another site walk? What's the process from here to try to get this closed out? Do you need to go back to the site?
I think we'll,
I understand the
yeah.
things you've asked for tonight, but beyond
Yeah,
that.
well, I definitely will want to go back to the site after the third party has been out there and, given their review of the flagging. So I mean that's just speaking for me. I don't know about others, but I would definitely want to go back out. I haven't been back out, had the opportunity to go back out since your wetland scientist changed the flagging. That happened in the middle of the week, and I don't have a lot of flexibility in the middle of the week.
Madam
So,
Chair.
yes.
Yeah, I would recommend Brian to stake out the center line of the driveway and the corners of the house in as much detail as he can, so that when our engineer gets out there or consultant, they can verify as much data that's in the application as possible. So that would be my recommendation. I'm sure they would want to see
Sounds good.
yeah, I'm sure they want to verify the wetlands, the replication area, the driveway, make sure that it's marked on site as it is in the plan, the corners of the house. And that's gonna be the quickest way, so, they're just making one trip out, they can verify everything and we can go out and verify it as well. And as long as there's no changes required in the wetland delineation, we should be good to go.
Thank you, Rich. Okay, since I'm not seeing other comments or questions from members of the commission, I'll now ask for members of the public if there are any questions or comments. And I would remind folks to state your name and your address when I call on you. Ken Patton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you hear me okay?
I do, yes.
Okay, well, first of all, Brian, I appreciate you guys moving that driveway over. Bill McSweeney and Justin had talked to me and indicated they would probably do that, but I appreciate that they actually took that action. I would like to just talk more about the delineation of the wetland, because that's what I've been kind of arguing as the process has gone along. And Madam Chair, I'd like to try the share screen to see if I can bring up.
Yes, please share. There we
Okay.
go. Very good.
All right, so this right here is off of Google Maps. And, this is the area, some of you are familiar with this, you know, here's my driveway. Here's my house. And, here's the area, and you can actually see the water ponding here and how green it is right around here. And I've pointed this out to everybody, so I've showed it to Justin and Bill and Madam Chair, I've shown it to you, so everybody knows about it. My point is that you know, I've been arguing that this area here should also be part of the wetlands. And this is right about where the property line is. Property line is probably right about here. The surveyor has a stake in the ground right about here. And if here's a photo from 2018, July of 2018, and you can see all the cat nine tails. This is that whole wet area right here. There's not nearly this many cat nine tails still there, but there are some. Here's a photo of the same area, and you can go out there and line this up with these trees. These trees are still here. So this was December of 2018 also. So here's the old plan. What I was just showing you is right about here. So my argument would be that the wetlands should be extended, like here it comes along, and should go from this point instead of to up here and back, should go from here all the way up to here and then cut back. So that was just the point I wanted to make. And if there's going to be a third party looking at this, then okay, that's really good from my point of view. But I just wanted to point this stuff out to the members. Also, I get this from the highway department, and this shows Leominster Road, and this is my house right here. Existing house 290, that's my address. And this is when the sewer lines went in. So this is quite a few years ago, but there's a wetlands delineation here, and this shows a 30-foot no build zone that actually comes right up onto my driveway. So this is just another piece of information that I had come across. And Madam Chair, I had provided this to you, so this is nothing new for you. One other piece of information I want to present is when Bill Drum subdivided the property. And he provided me this, this plot plan. Here's my house right here. And this is just some information that, you know, Rich Birch was talking to Mark about, or Brian, about subdivisions that had been done in the past. Well, this shows what Bill Drum did. And Bill Drum sold the property right here to Andre Aho from Ringe, New Hampshire, who built the house next to me. And Bill, when he subdivided the property, he had the access to this back land, which is now owned by the McSweeney's. He had the access going along the south side of my property and then the west side of my property. But Andre Aho wouldn't buy the land with that there. So that's how we ended up with now the access to this lot back here is going to be through the wetlands. So that's just a piece of information that if anybody wants this, I would provide it.
So Ken, would you provide that to Sophie,
Yes,
our administrator?
yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
Just to give Brian a view of what goes on. This is that catch basin over on the south side of my property. And this is just showing a rainstorm. And what happens is this catch basin gets overpowered and the water will just extend. The water will just run right through the backyard and down onto lot 5. And so I just wanted to give Brian an idea just how much water there is back there. This is, I think this is the same rainstorm. And you can just see kind of the rapids coming through here from the other, that property on the south side of my house. So that's everything I have. That's all I'll say. Well, actually, I have a question for Brian because there's a couple of Brian, I've got 2 drains over here. And you know, that catch basin drain that we were just looking at, that flows right out here. And Bill McSweeney and Justin were looking at that drain and also my foundation drains. One's a 6-inch pipe and the foundation drains are a 4-inch pipe. And they agreed that those 2 drains would get daylighted and then go under the driveway through a culvert. But I don't think you had anything shown in your updated design.
I did. I noted, I have a note on the plan that says to extend the pipes to the other side of the driveway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't get daylighted and that's so that.
No, we'd like to keep them buried and extend them to the other side of the driveway.
Okay.
Daylighting the pipes and putting a road between them is just causing an impoundment and giving it an opportunity to stage up and flood over the road, cause erosion, so it just makes a lot more sense to just extend the pipes further underneath our proposed driveway.
Yeah, what I was hoping is that, and I've talked to my landscaper about this, and he's recommending that those pipes be daylighted. And so my driveway, if this is correct, is at 473, and actually here's the north end of my house is at 473, and the top of the driveway here is at 470, which would give 3 feet elevation. So I guess I'm just saying that would be my preference. That's my landscaper's recommendation. You're more of an expert than I am.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me to daylight them, only to put another culvert in to let them flow over our driveway. If you pipe them directly, there's no chance of erosion, of eroding the driveway out. It's flows coming from your property, so part of the issue here with our property is just your lot and the lots above you, those were all built. The stormwater was coming down off the hill, flowed out to the street. These houses have collected the stormwater, they put drains in the yards, and they've, kind of, to be blunt, they've illegally piped this off to another property, off-site, to get it out of your yards. All that trench behind you up in the field, that was built without any permitting, without anyone's permission, and dumps it directly onto somebody else's property. So you've essentially taken stormwater that was a nuisance to your lots and all the lots of your neighbors. You've trenched it and dumped it directly onto Ed McSweeney's property. So we're doing everything we can here to collect it and control it, including extending your pipes, which come from your foundation drains, from your yard drains in your yard, and pipe them under our driveway so they don't cause further problems on our property. So we're doing everything we can to fix a problem that was created by you and your neighbors.
Well,
I think, oh, sorry, Ken. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, Brian. Thank you. And I've appreciated the conversations that I've had with Bill McSweeney and Justin. Now, I've lived here for 40 years, and there were no houses up Sunny Hill Road. Those 4 houses were not there. All that water, and all that water that I just showed you in that video, all came onto my property. None of it, not a drop, went to the street. All of it came to my property. Gravity brought that down there, and gravity just kept bringing it onto the McSweeney's property. So, I mean, that's how it is. And that area with the cat nine tails, that's been there for 40 years. When I came here in 1984, that water was bubbling out of the ground there. And it's just been bubbling out of the ground for the last 40 years. That's why I think that's part of the wetlands. So I really don't have anything else to say.
Thank you, Ken.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you would send those documents and photos to Sophie, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think Stephen McSweeney had his hand up. Did your comments get addressed, or did you just
No, Brian addressed them just fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I am not seeing any other members of the public with their hands raised. So I think I'm looking for a I think I'm looking for a continuation motion so that we can get the third party consultant. Rich, Bob, do we need to vote on the third party consultant?
We have nothing to vote on yet,
Okay.
in my opinion.
Yeah, we just need to continue until we get the third party consultant in and we actually have something to vote on, right?
Yeah, it's, to me, it's like we need to provide, Brian with a quote. We need to provide the consultant, you know, with a scope of work. And then we need to provide, Brian and his client with, one or more quotes, and Brian needs to say, yeah, I'm willing to fund that, and we gotta vote to approve it. And they gotta deposit a check, and then the consultant's gotta
Okay.
come in, so it's a process.
Yep, fair enough. So then I'm looking for a motion to continue. Oh, hang on. Chris has a question,
Yeah, I just
or a
think,
comment.
I think Brian, Ken, you're still sharing, I believe, so I just want to let you know that you're.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm trying to figure out how to
Barry,
stop.
if you go to security, you can just take and, delete, deny ability to share in the security settings, and it'll stop them.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. Oh, Ken figured it out before I got there.
Okay.
All right, so I'm looking for a motion to continue. Do we think we need to continue to the 17th or May 1st? How quickly do we usually get those quotes turned around?
That's up to Sophie.
By the rate of how things are going right now, I would definitely push it to May 1st.
May 1st.
Yeah.
And that's acceptable to the applicant?
I mean, Stefan, I don't know if you have an opinion. If, if we can get an email out right away to the consultants, depending on how long it takes them to schedule a site visit, if we can just continue it to the next hearing and then, if it gets done, great. If not, we'll continue it again. I'd rather do that just to try to get this addressed sooner than later.
I 100% agree. We would very much like to push this along. We're happy to assist in any way possible to get those quotes, schedule the work, and get that done as quickly as we can.
Okay, 417. I think I'm looking for a motion to continue to 417 by member of the commission.
So moved.
Second,
Thank you.
Mike.
Okay, so that's Chris and Mike. Thank you. We'll go for a roll call vote. Bob,
Aye.
Jenny?
I can't vote on this one.
You can't. That's right. Rich,
Aye.
Mike,
Then
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
and I for myself. Okay, we're gonna try to get things turned around for 417. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving along. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the town of Lunenburg's Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws. Public hearing on a request for determination by Marilyn Yonica for the removal of trees at 34 Hemlock Terrace. Do we have Mary Lynn here tonight?
Yep, I'm here. Did you
Well,
hear me?
yeah, I can hear you just fine. And I admire your stamina for sticking with us for so long. I know it's an endurance sport. So if I recall correctly, you had several trees, but we needed to get Sophie out there to do a site visit for us.
Yeah. And she next day.
And so Sophie, do you have that site walk data for us?
Yes. I had sent a summary of an average of the number of trees in proximity to the edge of the lake. I can't recall if I showed images at the first round.
No, I think the first time you hadn't even had a chance to get out there yet.
Okay. Okay, I can pull those up if you want me to.
Yes, that would be great.
Sorry, I'm looking through the albums and I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, and I actually don't see a folder for those
No.
in Google or SharePoint.
I might have taken photos and just hadn't organized them.
Well, do you have
I do have the measurements.
okay. Why don't you share those with us? I assume you have them written down somewhere. You can share what you.
Yeah. There were 7 trees within the 30-foot buffer zone and 1 in the 50-foot. Now the one in the 50-foot. Sorry.
Is that like handwritten notes, or do you actually have something that you can share with us?
I wrote it down so that I had a quick answer, but I
Okay.
can find my typed notes. There, it was just an email sent with the whole summary.
Okay, so just read it to us.
Okay. I have to pull up the email that I sent. So I'm working on that. Okay. So I stated on my site visit, I took accurate measurements from the high water mark of the lake to each tree proposed to be taken down, removed as correlated with the original proposed plan. With the addition of possibly one more tree, which was also measured. That last tree was identified as a red oak. And I can also screen share the plan that she submitted as well.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So as described before, this is a list of the trees plus the additional number 8, which is the oak.
Mm-hmm.
So and then I wrote down here the tree number and the distance, and then number 8 is the additional.
Oh, okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 within the 30-foot and 1 outside the 50. Yeah. Seven less than 30 and 1 outside the 50 and 0 in the 30 to 50. Okay. So I think I understand. Okay. And then let's see, there are, I'm trying to look at the diagram, like how many are actually up against the house?
So 5 is super, super close to the porch.
Mm-hmm.
And 6 and 7 are both actually a lot closer than they look compared to in person.
Mm-hmm.
1
Oh,
is
okay.
really close, and 2 is literally in the porch is built around that tree.
Okay. Okay.
It's kind of, yeah, just part of the structure.
And did you say that 7 was actually closer than it looks in the diagram?
Yeah, it's closer.
Okay.
I mean, not that it's inaccurate. I'm not saying the map is inaccurate at all. I'm just from here it appears kind of far away, but it's actually relatively close.
And 3.
Yeah,
Yes,
3.
and
Looks
3
like
in
it
the
is.
corner is probably, yeah, the other one.
Okay. All right, and we don't right now have like a proposal for replacing any of those trees?
No.
Okay. Okay, so I'll let members of the commission ask any questions that they want to. Mike?
It looks like the insurance company is asking the applicant to remove 7 trees.
If I recall correctly, that was a previous insurance company.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. And I'll let the applicant confirm whether she has a current request from an insurance company or if that was a previous insurance company.
That was a previous insurance company.
Okay.
So how is your current, Madam Chair, can we ask the applicant
Yes.
for current insurance? Have they have any issues regarding trees?
They requested that there not be any overhanging the house.
Okay, and how many of those are overhanging your house now?
5, 6, believe it or not, 8 does a little bit too, because it spreads at the top, so those branches would come down on the house.
So you're saying tree number 5, tree number 6, and tree number,
Well, I think they would mostly be unhappy with tree number 5, tree number 6, and certainly want the ones touching the house. And 7. 8 is a very, very tall tree, and the branches do hang over the house, but it's a no.
could those branches on number 8 be trimmed so they're not over the house? Is that
Yes,
possible?
yes, they could.
Okay. So are we looking to have fewer trees removed or fewer branches trimmed?
If it were left to me, I wouldn't remove any of them. I love it that my house doesn't show from the water. But I think that those overhanging the house, and certainly the ones that are actually growing around the house at this point, should come down. Meaning 3 and 1 and 2.
I would support that. But I'm only one person.
So, yeah, I just me as one person also would support definitely taking everything out that's, in proximity of the, like really close to the house. So to me, the only thing that's questionable in that list is 4, 7, and 8. 4, 7, and 8. Yeah. But with that too, I would want to see replication per our bylaw on the trees within the 30-foot, and that seems to be all of them. So I would want to see some type of replication schedule, location, and species. Is what I would want to see. Me as one individual.
I don't really know anything about that. I wouldn't want to plant a tree that was going to then grow up and hang over my house again. But and I have alder all along the shoreline, alder and blueberry, that gets periodically chewed by the beaver, but then comes back. So it's holding the shoreline, which is important to me. The house has been there since 1951. I've been here since 1951. So the water is higher than when I was a kid. It's a lot higher than when I was a kid. So it's just eating away at the shoreline.
So do we have I think I'm just gonna go around and poll everybody. Rich, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts about the tree removal and or replication or replacement?
Yeah, I'm still looking at it, Madam Chair. Please come
Okay,
back. to me.
I can circle back to you.
Yeah.
Bob?
When I look at the aerial photographs on your map of this lot, it's pretty heavily treed. When I look at the picture of the house, on, the assessor's website, you can see that there's these huge trees hanging over the house. I'm not sure replication makes sense, on such a heavily treed lot that's, I think she should be able to cut down the trees that are hanging over the house. I think to me, trees are just big plants, and I think we give people way too hard a time about trees. Those are my thoughts.
Do we have a sense of how many trees are going to remain after we cut down these trees, Sophie?
I'm assuming you're wondering how many are on her property.
Well, or yeah, how many would be
That
left
won't be-
after we
No,
cut these?
I have no idea.
Okay, I know. Okay, Chris. Chris, you had your hand
Yeah,
up. Yeah.
I'm glad Bob said what he said, because I think we do have to put a little intelligence into it. Replicating trees in a heavily wooded lot might not make sense. So I would like to see what's there already. And I mean, that 2-for-1 thing might just cause the homeowner additional issues down the road. So I would not be I don't want to do this blindly about replacing trees. I mean, if it's already a heavily wooded lot, we might want to just put some intelligence into this and see what's going on there.
Yep. Fair enough. Jenny.
So
What are your
I'm
thoughts?
actually, I'm looking at the Google Map Street View of this house.
Mm-hmm.
And it is very heavily treed. Even if she were to take down these trees, unless she put trees back in the same exact spot, I don't know where she would put more trees. So I would be in favor of letting her take down the trees. And maybe see if there's anything else that could go in, but it's a very treed lot.
Okay, Jenny, thank you. Mike, have I called on you yet?
I think I spoke about it initially, but I'm all for having whatever trees that are overhanging her house to remove them. And if it's so heavily treed that I'm not beyond just allowing it to have trees removed, and that number 8 tree with the branch overhanging her house removed. But I want to stay with the applicant. If she doesn't want to remove trees, especially under the conditions of this new insurance company who's not demanding trees to be removed, I think it should be left up to the applicant what trees she wants to remove or which ones she wants to trim. And I'm okay with that.
Okay. Rich? I'm
Yeah,
gonna
thank you,
circle
Madam
back to
Chair.
you.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, everybody's made pretty good points. I mean, most of these trees are within 6 to 10 feet of the house, so I mean, they certainly pose a risk. I think the regulation was put in place to make sure that there is a canopy continuing in an area that there was a canopy, especially along the shoreline, because it is providing shade for the wildlife habitat along the shoreline. I don't remember if we'd asked, are we leaving the stumps in place to help prevent erosion? Or are the stumps?
I don't think we've asked that question.
Okay. Are the stumps gonna get replaced, ma'am? Or removed? I'm sorry.
They don't need to. I agree about the erosion.
Okay.
And that's certainly my concern.
Okay. At this point, I'm in favor of allowing the trees to get removed, and we should just maybe circle back once they've been removed to make sure that no other trees were damaged or removed by accident or necessity. And make a decision at that time if we do need to add up some supplemental trees to keep the canopy in place. But at this point, I'm in favor of allowing her to proceed with the tree she's marked.
Okay, very good. I think I'm looking for a motion at this point.
So moved.
Chris, with that motion, it's to allow the removal of all trees as submitted by the applicant.
Allow
And
her to remove trees of the 8 at her discretion. So there's 1 through 8. She can remove all or none, but out of those
Okay.
8 trees, it's her choice.
okay, and then leave the stumps in place.
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Yeah, Mike?
Mike?
Yep,
Okay.
as Chris described.
Okay, we'll
Madam
do.
Chair?
Yes, Rich.
Yeah, I would ask if we could to add to that motion that once the trees have been removed, that she just contacts the office to let us know what if most all trees have been removed, and we can just get a quick look to make sure that the canopy has remained intact with the trees removed, where we're not asking for our typical replacement schedule for the bylaw or the regulations.
And Rich, so I'm clear, if we approve it now and then come back later and ask for replacements, is that within our discretion to do when we gave her permission without
I
requiring
suppose
replacement?
we should continue to add to the motion to ensure that no trees need to be added or replaced to keep
Okay.
the canopy in place. Again, where we're not asking up front for the typical replacement just to give us the opportunity to make sure that she's removed the 8 that she said, and that we don't find later that, oh, maybe we should be putting 1 or 2 back in their place.
And Chris, are you okay with that in your motion?
Yes.
And Mike, are you okay with that with your second?
Yes, I am.
Okay, roll call vote. Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Jenny,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
and I for myself. Okay, thank you. Thanks for your stamina and staying with us tonight. Sophie.
Just for clarification, so you're voting to approve, this was an RDA. So is this a negative determination?
That is correct. It is a negative determination.
Okay, thank you.
So will I get a letter or something of these results?
Yes.
Okay.
Sophie, about how long does it take to turn around the letter generally?
It could take maybe a week or 2. I know that issuing an order of conditions is 21 days, but I don't believe that's the case with a negative determination. Perhaps one of the commissioners has an actual number.
I don't have one offhand.
I thought it was a 10-day appeal period on a request for determination.
Okay.
That sounds correct.
Okay, moving along. I think that concludes all of our hearings tonight. So we'll move into.
Don't you have 171?
They continued.
Oh, okay.
Don't we have to continue it?
We did first.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah, I've started, because these things go so long. I hate it when people have to wait until the very end and find out that they've been continued. So I've started doing the request for continuations before I even start new public hearings.
Did we vote on it? I didn't remember that we voted on it.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was unanimous with Rich abstaining because he was on mute.
Oh, I was checking on an alarm. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yep. So, new business. I didn't have anything that came in within the 48 hours, in the last 48 hours. With old business, any update on title searches, Bob?
I forwarded the commission at the beginning of the meeting an update from Adam Costa on the title searches. And it was contained in an email that I had sent to Heather Lemieux. Because 2 of the properties that we want to do title searches on are over by Flat Hill Road. And it's not clear to me, the select board is trying to find a place to build a detention pond or thinking about it, or maybe, or something like that. And so I was trying to get some clarity before we, invested more money in going after those properties. And she hasn't responded yet. On the other title search, for the property that's in the middle of the Cowdery lot, they found that the property that the assessor displays as 1 lot is actually 2 lots. And one of them is actually owned by the town already. And the other one, they need to do some additional probate work. And so I was gonna ask for a vote to authorize Adam Costa's firm to do the additional probate work on the property that's in the middle of the Cowdrey lot.
That's that one that shows up as or at least a portion of that one that shows up as Gov.
Yes,
And do you have an estimate on what that
not a clue.
costs? Not a clue.
Not a clue. And I think I also copied the commission on a different letter to Heather, because I asked Adam Costa, you know, when are we gonna see a bill? And he said, oh, I'm pretty sure you've already been billed. And I said, well, we haven't seen any bills. And so I sent a letter, a different email to Heather asking about, you know, if we got a bill, we'd like to see what it was, and we'd like to be copied on the bill. And again, I haven't received a response.
Okay, I understand. The easier to vote on approving something if we actually knew whether we were voting on.
This can be tabled, no urgency here.
Yeah, okay. I would like to table that one until we understand what the run rate is on that stuff. Anybody have an opinion contrary to that? Okay, everybody's worn out. Office operations. I just wanted to update everybody on conversations that we've been having with the select board. Recall 1 or 2 meetings ago, everybody authorized me and Bob to work with Sophie and the Heather and the select board to try to you know, get some staffing solutions in place. And we have been working on that. And actually, I think before I go there, Sophie, you were going to talk to the commission about SharePoint moving forward versus Google Drive.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if people are comfortable with that moving over and starting to access all my files that I add instead of using Google.
I'm in
now to
favor of that.
SharePoint.
I think it'd be a lot more efficient for you to only have to populate stuff in one place. Is anybody opposed to that or concerned about just moving over to SharePoint moving forward? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody opposed. It's not a regulatory matter, so I don't see a reason why we have to vote on it. And then what about photos, Sophie? Do you have the ability of getting the photos over to SharePoint too, or is that, I think you had mentioned to me that that is still going to have to stay on Google Drive for a while?
I know in the beginning when we started this whole process, IT helped me move over some of the photos, or they were trying to, but they didn't. It was so long ago. I've just been using the drive because it's convenient with the tablet that I have now for uploading. Moving forward, I don't know.
So it sounds like what you're saying is you don't have a solution for the photos yet. That's something that you'll have to work out with Dan.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. I see Jenny's raised her hand. Jenny?
I was just gonna say that there's a tool that they should be able to run in the background that can move everything over and skip things that are already there. So it should be pretty easy to move things over when we're ready using that tool that
I think
Microsoft.
so I think the problem isn't migrating the data. I think the problem is that when Sophie takes her tablet out to do the photos of the site walks, it automatically saves to the Google photo location. It doesn't
Oh.
automatically save to SharePoint. And just the way you know, the way everything's structured right now, if she saves it to Google, every extra step is a really painful step, right? Just because we've in a backlog, right? So I would opt for Sophie to keep using the tablet, let it go to Google Photo until such time Dan can repoint the saves to SharePoint and then migrate all the photos over, and then we just use SharePoint moving forward. I mean, that's what I would propose.
Okay, there is an option to have your photos back up to Microsoft instead of to Google on your phone if you install Microsoft, and I can talk to Sophie about that if she wants me to. But, okay,
Yeah, I think that's probably be a good idea for you to talk to Sophie about that. And it's on a tablet. There's some other problems with the tablet. Is it Android tablet or a or an iOS tablet, Sophie?
It's Samsung.
Okay. So that would be probably Android.
Android.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we can talk about it later.
Chris, you had a comment?
Yeah, I have to sign off. And unfortunately I'm recording, but I can't stay on any longer. So I need to bail.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
All right, thank you.
Can somebody else pick up backup recording since Chris dropped? Just in case we have a problem with our primary recording. And if we don't, we're just gonna take fate into our own hands. Yeah, Sophie, you already gave me an update on Zoom. Sophie has been working on migrating our workflows and our forms over to OpenGov so future applications can be done online. Sophie, when we last talked, you were gonna review that and bring us back a proposal of how long you thought it might take to affect that transition.
Yeah, originally I thought that it was going to take months. However, with the help of the building commissioner and setting everything aside, I've been chugging along pretty quickly to get at least one application basically ready to be made live on OpenGov.
Which one is it?
Probably the RDA.
Okay.
My goal is I can foresee it being made live probably Tuesday, possibly Monday. Because it's that close. It's just a matter of the person that's in charge of uploading things and the assistant website design and whatnot has cut her hours. So getting in touch with her and getting things moving is slower than it was before. But that's where that's at right now. So it depends on the application. The RDA was the most pressing, I feel like. So I wanted to get that done and out of the way first. The next one would be the NOI. And I feel like that could take a little bit longer, possibly.
What's your target?
Maybe 4 weeks, depending on when I finish getting the RDA up and running. And these things can also be changed and edited and as needed.
Okay. Yeah, cool. So 4 weeks, we're not going to say it's the 1st of May. We'd say it's the 7th of May, sort of, kind of, for a target.
Hopefully.
Okay. Targets are targets. They're meant to be revised, but it sets people's expectations. Does anybody have any questions for Sophie on OpenGov? Okay, moving along. So what Bob and Sophie and I, also in partnership with Heather, had come up with in terms of the operational action plan to try to streamline the work going through the office, and then also try to, start getting ahead instead of, continuing to get behind is, the first thing is adopt OpenGov. Then the second thing is increase bandwidth, resource bandwidth availability on clerical tasks. And so what we're going to continue to do is continue Jane doing the meeting minutes, which is supplemental to what the office had been budgeted for. And then the administrative assistant would come on board. I understand that we had somebody confirm last night at the select board meeting. So that person would come in at the 10 hours per week that is allocated. I've been talking to Heather to see if, we might, for the interim, get that person to work a few extra hours a week to help us get caught up in the office. Heather's still looking at that, but was, amenable to it. Of course, the resource has to agree and whatnot as well. So continuing to have Jane work would be supplemental to the current office budgeting. So that gets us a little bit extra in terms of administrative support. Recall, last year, the administrative assistant would have been responsible for doing those meeting minutes. So that's additional. And then the other thing we were looking at is augmenting technical bandwidth and skill in the office to give Sophie some extra technical support. And so in order to do that, we need to actually pay for, that consulting services, right? So there's actually within the regulations an existing fee structure for consulting. And I think we need to start actually leveraging that more often. And the way that I meant to call it up and I forgot to do it before we started the meeting tonight, but the way that's set is for each project according to its overall project costs, there is a maximum fee that we can charge for consulting support. And so like for the first tier, it's $100,000 overall project cost. The max consulting fee is $500. And so that's already there. It's already in the bylaws. We can start using that. I understand, Rich, that we historically have not used that because, years ago we had Matt, and Matt could go in and do a lot of the wetlands work himself, which was a benefit to the community, but it's not the position that we're in right now. So Heather did look at that, and one of the things that she noticed is that we don't have the revolving fund to support those consulting fees already set up. And so she proactively put a warrant on the next town meeting so we could get that revolving fund set up so we could start tapping into that consulting fee structure. The thing that we will need to do is set up some conditions of when we want to invoke that consulting fee. So that's something that I think we need to take offline, maybe have a couple of people look at and bring a proposal back to the commission that we can discuss and vote on. Could I have a couple of people who would volunteer to undertake that?
I'll take a look at it, Madam Chair.
I would appreciate that. Thank you, Rich. That would be awesome.
No problem.
The other thing that I think we should start looking at is consider raising the application fees to cover additional technical support in the office. And my best guess is probably 5 hours a week. Of course, that would go up or down depending on what the real demand is. I have taken a stab at looking at some surrounding communities to see where we are in our fee structure versus other, and we're really on the low end. So would the commission be amenable to undertaking that as a under consideration to look at changing our fee structure? would anybody be opposed to that? I'm happy to continue doing the work and bring some proposals back to the group. I just want to know if anybody has some big issues with it. And nobody seems to be in violent disagreement.
No, it's been a while since we've looked at it, so it's probably not a bad idea.
Okay. Yeah, and I did look at and I think it's in the bylaws where it's actually charted out what it would take to change the fees, and basically it looks like all we would have to do is publish that we were going to undertake that that regulatory change, right? Do the legal ads for 2 hearings and then hold those 2 hearings so that members of the public had the opportunity to come in and comment. So we will look at doing that. Sophie and I have been Sophie's been talking to me about me and Bob about priorities. We've been working with her on priorities. And then yeah, the other thing that well, I think it's getting late. I think I'm just gonna kind of move things along. Website changes, Bob?
I have a meeting with Kara on Monday.
Okay, excellent. Earth Days, April Earth Days is going on. I've been talking to you guys about that. We have a couple of conservation projects that are on that list. Been working with the Parks Commission. One of the things I did want to ask about, the Lunenburg Ledger is always great and sponsors one ad for us. We try to do another ad so that we get, more participants signing up. Those ads are $85. And I have verbal agreement from Parks to split the cost of an ad, but they obviously have to go and get approval from their commission as well. So I'd like to ask for a vote to support for budget support out of the Timber Rights Fund for up to $85 if for some reason the Parks vote can't pull off their half. So
moved.
Thank you, Bob.
Second.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, roll call vote. Jenny,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Rich,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you. Yeah, real quick, the wetlands, when do we have to have the wetlands brochure flyer that we were going to put in the June tax bill? When do we have to have that done by? Bob, do you remember?
No clue.
Yeah, we had originally been thinking that we need to start having a firm plan by the end of March. So maybe let's try to figure that out by the next meeting. The thing that my action is to figure out where to post this thing on the website and get a QR code linked. And I think you've got to talk to Kara and figure out, what the page is going to look like. But assuming that we've got, that's not it. This would be it. I'm thinking that if this stays, we can change the content of it, but as long as that address stays the same, that we would have that QR code that's on that brochure point back to here, then people can look at all of the relevant regulations. That's what my thought is. It looks like I shared the wrong page. Yeah, so yeah, Inland Wetlands Act. I would think, even though we're going to put the QR code in the brochure, I would think we would want to point people back to the regulatory section of the page. But once you iron that out with Kara, if you just tell me that this is going to stay the same address, we can change the contents that are in the address, right? All I need is this to know I'm pointing to that as the right thing. Okay. Everybody's dead. Okay, moving along. I think maybe we should cut over to violations next. Because I think we still have a member, at least one on who's waiting on a violation concern. So, Sophie, why don't you take us through 10 Mass Ave?
Actually, okay, I'll give a brief summary. So a little while ago, I did a site visit at 10 Mass Ave, in response to a couple further sorry, I'm tired. I can't think clearly. So I visited the site and there appeared to be further work that has been completed since my last visit and the last time I brought this up at the meeting. The work done was appeared excavation, replacement of a pipe that the town owns in the back parking lot area. So the removal of soil and the pavement. In the process of that, the pipe, the water was, well, actually, it wasn't in the process of that, but prior to that, there was water leaking from the pipe. And during the process of the construction, the water coming out also contributed to a lot of sediment erosion straight down slope on that small parcel into what appears to be could be a bordering land subject to flooding, and I believe it was Brianna or the prior agent sent a letter.
Leah. Yeah, I think it was
Leah, okay. Sent a letter also addressing that wetland area. And so the sediment that I saw was bypassing the erosion controls, the silt fencing, over and under it, into where the pipe outlet was, which ultimately turns into a pretty naturalized stream into the main brook. And I don't recall the name of the brook, but it's very large. That runs under a bridge behind that property. So it's within, just outside the 200-foot riverfront, but with connecting wetlands. So that's what I experienced on that visit. And I'm sure Mr. Patel can elaborate on his side.
Yes.
Do we have
First of all,
an application for that project at all?
Yes. Good evening to everyone. So can I share my screen with you guys?
Yeah, if you would tell us your name and the address of the property.
This is Smith Patel, 10 Mass Ave, Lunenburg, Mass. 01462. So I started first coming to town of Lunenburg, and I'm gonna share you guys my screen. So first I filed first I came in to see the wetland person. I believe it was Leah in 2023 September. She was working with me. She told me to file this, and then after that, EDEP transaction copy. I have this one that I filed on 9/26, 2023. After that, I was following up with Leah. I have a bunch of threads of email of following up with Leah. She told me how to put up the silt fencing, and she, at one given time, Madam Chair, she stopped replying back to me, and I think she blocked me also. And I was not able to send any email or nothing. So then I got hurt for 6 months because I have flat feet. I fell down and I got hurt. So I wasn't working on the site much. And then when I forgot her name, I'm sorry. When I was seeing what do you call Sophia, and I talked to Sophia, and I believe I also saw you, Madam Chair, at the
Yes, I came by
site.
on one of the visits. Yep.
Yep. After that day, I called the contractors to come and put up the silt fencing. No one came. So, and then I took matters to my own hand and I fixed it on the day when I got served by the Lunenburg PD the letter to stop the work. And I fixed the silt fencing right here. Also, I did not encroach any wetland because I asked Leah last year, and when she was at the site, she told me that this is your zone. And at that time, she verbally told me that this you can't do anything 50 feet from the wetland and build. So I didn't do any building or nothing. I just so what was happening, there was a pipe running from the streets, right? The pipe was broken. There was a city pipe, as Sophia said earlier. The street pipe was running, which was broken, which was causing the parking lot to buckle, and there was sinkholes developing everywhere in my parking lot randomly. So yeah, I fixed the town pipe because I didn't know how would I go about it and who would I contact to fix the pipe. But then Sophia told me that I can contact the Lunenburg DPW I should have showed them that, but that's already fixed by a contractor. So yeah, I fixed everything how I'm supposed to do it. And yeah, I was just working per guidelines of Leah and then Sophia. And then, yeah, I'm sorry, I've never done this before, so.
Oh, that's okay. We have a lot of people who have not, it's their first time. Everybody has a
Yep.
first time.
Yeah.
So then,
So
Sophia,
this is how it looks. It's done now. This is how it looks right now.
I'm looking at an EDEP transaction copy.
Oh, sorry.
And
So-
so I do want to ask Sophia if she has a copy of the RDA.
Right here, how it looks like, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
A copy of the DEP submission?
Yeah. It said RDA on it, which I was surprised.
I'll show you again. Sure. I can
I
put
never-
all. Sorry, Sophia.
I never found anything on, in the conservation office.
Okay, so, but this is like an EDEP filing. So shouldn't we be able to
Correct.
go look that up in EDEP?
Yes.
And has Smith shared that with you? Do you have a copy of it?
So when Sophia first came to visit me, I showed her quickly on my computer that this is what I filed, and I walked her through everything what I'm telling you guys right now. Yeah, but I can put up a good folder of all the things and share with Sophia.
Sophie, what information would you need in order to look that up in EDEP? I would think you could just look it up by the address, right?
It has, yeah, it has to be. I've just gone to the town, Lunenburg, and if I can just use the NOI, well, the transaction number or the address. There's multiple ways to put in the portal.
Mm-hmm. But you've not found it yet, is the bottom line, for whatever reason.
No, I do believe that I did locate it after he showed that to me. But it's not a submission to us.
Oh, so that's the gap.
So
Yeah, 'cause it's only
why?
through the
So the
state.
submission,
Um,
Leah was. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, let me just get clear with Sophie about what's going on. So Sophie, continue.
Oh, there really wasn't much after that.
Okay, Mr. Smith or Smith.
Yes, sorry for interrupting. So I had contacted Leah to submit that to her, but then she never responded back to me. And I spoke to her on the phone call, and she never responded back to me or nothing. So then it showed the status on the paper that it's submitted. So I was in my head, I was aware that it's submitted, you know.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. So and Sophie, I think the most important thing, regardless of how we got here, is how do we get back on track, right? So
Yes.
yeah, you need to file with the town.
Yes, so I'm going to work with Sophia now, and she's been really good help to guide me and lead me in right direction. So yeah, I'm going to work with Sophia and Mark, site engineer. I believe he's from Lunenburg too. Mark, I found his phone number. So my plan is to go to Mark and make us a site plan properly to do proper filings with Town
Okay.
of Lunenburg.
Okay. Okay. So since this is in a violation, you know, a lot of people have found themselves trying to do the right thing over the past year. And because we didn't have office staff, we had temporary people like Leah, but you know, we had Leah for like 3 weeks and then we didn't have Leah anymore because she got
Yeah.
a permanent job someplace else. We had Brianna for a few weeks. We had Bree for a few weeks. So there've been these disconnects, and certainly I understand
Yeah,
that.
I
But
think that's what happened. Yeah.
yeah, but we do need to get back on track as soon as possible. You're clear that you can't do any more work there until we get the paperwork filed
Yes.
and you have permission?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're also clear that that silt fencing is your responsibility to ensure none of this open earth is now running into the wetland and into
Neighbor's
that
property.
stream. Yeah, not into neighbor's property. That you're clear on that too?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So are there questions or comments by other members of the board? Anything else that we should help Mr. Patel, you know, and helping that he's help him understand what he needs to do so he's clear? I would like to see the paperwork filed within 30 days from now.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll have it done next week.
That would be excellent if you can do that. Sometimes once you get, the engineers on site, it may take a little bit longer than you expect. But certainly if you are within 30 days, you'll be meeting my expectations.
So, paperwork, Madam Chair, is for what I want to do, the intent paperwork, right?
Well, it's all the paperwork that we would need to give you permission to do what you want to do. But if you've at
Okay,
least filed
okay.
the paperwork that says, hey, here's what I want to do, if we look at it and we're missing information, we'll tell you that we want you to, we'll just like
Okay,
you've
sounds
heard
good, yeah.
tonight, we'll continue the hearing, we'll tell you what else we need, and then you'll come back another night and say, hey, now I think I've given you everything that you asked for.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. I will work with Sophie to do the whatever I intend to do and file the according proper paperwork.
Okay, very good. I'm not seeing any
So-
other questions or comments by members of the commission. Smith, do you have other questions?
No, that's all.
Okay. Well, as long as you're clear, I think thank you for showing up tonight. Thank you for staying with us
You're
for as
welcome.
long. It's been a long haul, but
Yeah, oh,
have a
yeah.
good rest of your evening.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, I still have a number of people still on tonight. So I'm just going to ask so we can go ahead and handle whatever it is we need to handle for them. Scott, were you holding on, waiting for a particular part of our agenda?
I'm looking for a certificate of compliance at 41 Country Road.
Okay. And I'm just going to go sample everybody so I have a full list. John, what were you holding on for something particular? John is still on mute, so maybe John's not there.
I think that was this is Brian Marchetti. I think that might have been John Plivka from my office.
Oh, okay.
We're still holding on for 2 certificates of compliance for 305 Arbor Street and then Northfield Road.
Okay. Okay. Very good. All right. And I think that is everybody. All right. So we'll go with we'll go with the first one that's on the certificate of compliance. 305 Arbor Street. Sophie.
Uh, 305 Arbor Street. Yeah, so there's 2 different orders for this one. One is mainly the order on that one is mostly the special conditions is erosion control, not going past erosion controls on the plan, so no work past the erosion controls and no work within the 30 feet. And that was DEP file number 208472. And I will say up front that it appeared that the work didn't go past where it should have, according to the plan. And DEP number 208387, when I visited there, there was still a decent amount of snow on the ground. And this one was a little more in depth, I believe, involving a septic in the house and a wetland, the stream crossing. And it was very difficult to see the wetland replication that was also supposed to be included in the orders of conditions in the special conditions section. So I do not feel super comfortable, again, with not really having brushed up on wetland delineation and saying that that was complete and done in compliance, since it's a more in-depth project.
So if I can add to that.
Yep, I'm all set.
These certificates of compliance are being requested. This was a property developed by Marty Wright from plans back in the late 1990s. The work was completed over 20 years ago, and he's in the process of transferring ownership of the lot to his daughter. And it was discovered that these orders of conditions were never closed out. The work is accurate as Sophie described. There was work for the house and a crossing for the driveway. And then there was the septic system installation. And again, this work was completed over 20 years ago. Sophie walked the site with John Plifka from my office. You know, there wasn't any evidence that there was any erosion occurring. It was all stabilized. I did request the plans from Whitman and Bingham, and the only plan that I was able to get to see what the actual physical scope of work was the septic system plan. And I can share at least that with you so you can see.
And does Sophie have that?
I'm not sure if she did. I think we just got this from Steve Ballard over at Haley Ward. But you can see
Okay.
here, this was the vernal pool. So this is the wetland line. And again, this is a plan from 1998. See, it was stamped. Basically the overfill of the septic system was the only thing that was within the buffer zone at the time. The entire leaching trenches and everything is outside of the buffer zone. And again, this was done, 20 plus years ago. So I can't imagine there's anything that is destabilized at this point in time. So I don't know what more we can get for the commission to review this in order to be comfortable with issuing a CFC.
I think we just need to have Sophie go out there without snow and come back and say, yeah, we're all set.
But I think there was, I believe you guys walked it. I don't know the actual date, but there was no snow on the ground.
Sophie, did I misunderstand?
There was some. While you keep talking, I can pull up pictures to get my memory back.
Yep. I believe, and again, John walked it with you, but from my discussions with him, and I believe he had a follow-up conversation with you about, if there was anything else required to let us know before this hearing, and we didn't get any more feedback. So I was assuming we were all set with this. And again, he's just trying to transfer the lot to his daughter. And in the title search, the title company found these two orders that hadn't been closed out yet.
Yeah, I'm clear on that. And I
Yeah.
I don't want us to stand in the way, but we also kind of have an obligation to make certain that we're doing the right thing too. It's unfortunate that people sometimes let these things go so long. Oh, Sophie, Brian, can you unshare so that Sophie can share?
Yep.
So here's the septic area. It's about, I don't know, 50% snow cover, 60.
Yeah, okay. I get it. It's quite a bit of snow on the ground.
I believe the water was still frozen at that point in some areas.
Yeah. But there's no snow now, so it should be something that as you're doing site walks next week, probably you can get out there and look at.
Um, there's snow currently. I don't know where.
Supposed to be 60 degrees all next week, so. we're
Yeah.
gonna
Oh,
shoot
next
for that.
week.
Hopefully it's gone
I
by
think
then.
I think we'll be okay. But I mean, fair enough. If there's snow, then you can't, right? We want you to see it and verify it and bring us back a recommendation. We generally don't, go against our administrator's recommendation for a certificate of completion.
What can we do about one of the orders where we don't have a plan, there's no plan on record? You know, I looked at the registry trying to find records of this and nobody has it. You know, we understand construction was of the crossing to get to the house. It was
Mhm.
building the house, so can we just all agree that if Sophie walks the perimeter of the property and sees there's no erosion issues? You know, I just don't want to leave it open-ended since we don't have kind of the information to look at.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough ask, Brian. I've not crossed this circumstance before, so again, I'll lean on our sages, Rich and Bob. What are your recommendations? Since the documentation doesn't seem to be available about the original orders of
We did ask
conditions.
the owner to dig deep and try to find something, so there's still a chance he might be able to, but he hasn't been able to yet.
Yeah, well, if he can find something from 20 years ago, he's doing better than me.
I know.
I'm trying to actively purge things like that. Rich, what are your thoughts?
Honestly, Madam Chair, if we have a rough description of what the project was and there are no obvious violations on site, then it looks like it's been vegetated. I have no problem considering the project closed.
Okay. Thank you, Rich. Bob?
Yeah, and I'm looking on the Mass Mapper and I'm not seeing any evidence of either the crossing in the driveway or the septic system of any
Hmm.
erosion that's showing up.
Okay. Bob, anything you'd like to add there?
I'm ready to make a motion to issue it.
Fair enough.
Thank
And Mike?
Yes, I agree. It sounds like it's been a long time. No paperwork. Looks like even with the partial snow, it looked like, although I did not walk the site, but it looks like it's probably,
Well, yeah. Sophie did walk it and did have questions. So I
oh, she did.
yeah, that's where those
Okay.
photos were from. So that's why I, maybe we're being, siding on the air of caution, but she is our eyes and ears. But I mean, if she goes and walks it again and sees that there's no erosion, everything's stabilized, would you then be, in absence of the paperwork, just because it's been so long, would you be in a position to approve?
I would, yes.
Okay. And Jenny, what are your thoughts?
If she were to go walk it again and find no issues, I would also approve.
Okay, thank you. And for For the one, Sophie, that you were recommending 472, you thought we could approve. Do we want to go ahead and approve that? I would accept. Go ahead.
I'm just looking at my notes. Yeah, the 208,472.
I would accept a motion to approve that one.
So moved.
Thank you, Bob. Do I have a second?
Mike?
Second, Mike. Thank you. Okay. Roll call vote. Bob Pease.
Aye.
Jenny.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Rich.
Aye.
And I for myself. And then I would recommend that we continue the 208-387 to the next hearing, which is 417, and give Sophie a time to go out there when it's not snow, when there's no snow on the ground, and hopefully bring us back the good news on that one as well. Do I have a motion there?
So moved.
Thank you, Mike. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, roll call vote. Rich.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Jenny.
Aye.
Bob.
Aye.
And I for myself. Okay, thank you. Okay, folks, it is late. Some of us are going to start turning into pumpkins. Is there anything else on the agenda that we need to cover before we can adjourn?
I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the expenditure of $1,070 from the Timber Rights Fund to purchase additional trail markers.
Trail markers, yes.
So
I
moved.
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Jenny.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Rich.
Aye.
Bob.
Aye.
And I for myself. Anything else that we need to handle tonight before we adjourn?
I
Jenny,
think we
there's
still-
your hand up.
Oh, Jenny, yes.
I think we still have 41 Country Road.
Yes,
Oh, we sure do. Jenny, thank you.
thank you.
And I still have one more COC. That was,
Oh, do you? Do you? We
Yeah.
only had two there.
I get the Holman,
Uh,
Northfield.
those are not on the agenda.
It is just the Northfield Road Lot A.
Am I looking at it down? I thought I downloaded the agenda.
They were on last meeting's agenda.
And you're on the revised agenda for this meeting.
Are they? Okay. Oh, I'm
I
just
see it.
looking at the down rev version. Okay, so let's do 41 Country Road. Sophie?
Are we certain that it is okay to proceed with hearings since it's now Thursday?
This is not a hearing, and that's ridiculous, in my humble
Okay.
opinion.
Please.
Yeah, I would it's not a hearing, sounds good to me. But yeah,
And
let's
I apologize for my remarks, but I'm tired and it's late.
Well,
Yeah.
that's
let's
my point.
I think it is okay to proceed. So let's proceed.
So I'm sorry, which one? were we
41
talking
Country
about?
Road.
Okay, so this one, I had some, I guess you could say, issues observations, concerns. On the site, I noticed that the areas were not on the side of the road were not vegetated. That was made a point to me before I went on the site. As I walked around to the right of the driveway facing the house, there was at least one, possibly two of the signs that are supposed to delineate the wetland buffer area, basically showing the boundary. I did notice that the signs themselves were from the town of Billerica. They were whited out over the town name. I'm not sure if that matters so much since we're in the town of Lunenburg, but regardless, those signs weren't spaced according to the conditions. They were too far apart. At least the ones that I found were over 20 feet apart. The other issues that I found was the other areas on the property were still pretty bare soil. No erosion issues that I could see. The erosion controls did appear to be buried under soil on the left hand side of the road. So they weren't removed entirely. And the other issue that I noticed was mostly on this parcel, but also on the adjacent parcel. There's an area that appeared to have been pushed by a piece of equipment, some sort of rusty tractor, cars, washing machine. It looked like landfill junk that was partially buried and pushed within the buffer zone of the brook that runs near the property, well within the 200-foot zone. So that was a concern for me.
So it's like appliances and metal and stuff?
Yeah, and there's like a tire that's half covered by the soil. You could see where it's been kind of compacted down. And I sent a summary of all of these observations to the commission a little while ago.
Okay, anything else?
No, those are the main points.
Okay, so what stood out to me is the buried junk, the bare soil, it's not stabilized, and then the wetlands signage is not consistent with the order of conditions to be spaced at 20 feet. That capture that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. Brian, do you have anything that you wanted to say about that?
I'm on the other project.
Oh, you're on the other project.
Yeah,
I'm
that-
sorry. It's John then. Sorry.
It's Scott.
Scott, Scott, it's getting late, as
Okay.
Bob said.
No
Yeah.
problem. The junk and the appliances are not on my property. I don't know anything about the junk of the appliances. There is no junk or appliances buried on our property.
Okay, so it sounds like Sophie will have to be out there actually with you to see where the those appliances are and where your property line is.
Okay. I
and
can
so
take care of the signs and add some signs as well. I'll have that done before she comes out.
Okay,
The lawn was hydro-seeded. It didn't take around the house. That's the dirt that she's talking about. But the
Yep.
entire perimeter of the property is stabilized and has growth. So there is no erosion going in anywhere off the property.
okay. Well, we do require that it all be stabilized. Yeah, that's my thought. Is there anything that any other member of the commission wants to add, comment, or ask questions? Aside from those corrective actions, is there anything else that we need to have the applicant do or respond to? Okay, then, yeah, add the signs, and make arrangements with Sophie so that you can be there with her to show where the property lines are, right? So we can validate that you're not responsible for the buried appliances and whatnot.
That's
Yeah, and then, we would look for the soil to be stabilized, but if it's getting warm, that
hydro-seeding
hopefully,
next week, hopefully.
yeah, it should grow back pretty quickly there. So
No, I have a closing the 15th of April. Is there a way to get this before then if I have everything done?
I don't think there's a way to do this before April 15th. Bob or Rich?
Nope.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I wouldn't sign off on it, given that it's half of the house is in a riparian zone without the area being stabilized with grass.